How are we doing, fellas? Hello, Danny. How are you doing, lad? Good to see you. Thank you for appearing early in the stream. I don't even know how. I don't even know how you did that. I'm now going to post this in the Discord and then we'll get started. Got some updates today. No, I just posted that. Yeah, mythical refresh poll. It truly is. I'm doing okay, Danny. Thank you. I'm about to go into once we get some more people. I'll explain in a bit more depth what's been going on this week. Yeah, let me just put on Winter Chess. I can do the little banner thing on Winter Chess, so I usually put my stream in there. I'm gonna forget how to do it though. There we go. I think my microphone a bit closer in. Can we all get it? Okay, hello. Small man, how we doing? And throws the book at you. How we doing, fellas? I forgot to put the bloody music on. Holy shit. I knew I wasn't entirely prepared. Yeah, I'm having a bit of a late stream today. I'm coming a bit like an hour late or something. Holy shit, because I was eating food. I was eating fries and hash browns. But it's okay. I've eaten my food now and I'm ready. Let me turn this music down a little bit. I don't know, is that okay? I paused watching the Teppy tie breaks to join the stream. What is that? Is that like a chess tournament? I've genuinely never heard of that. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, fellas, how are we all doing? Let me quickly refresh the page. Fellas, how do I go? Okay. I'm ready. The tournament in Sweden? Nice. I genuinely had no idea. Like, I had no idea. Let me find out. Tepe tournament chess. Nice. Yeah, I had no clue that this was happening. Is this a big one then? Because I've never heard of this. I don't know. Dude, I have seen though this kid though, this random ass kid, a dog mess or whatever. Like he's locked in. Like he's gone way up in terms of his rating. That's actually crazy. I was looking at like the top FIDE leaderboard recently, and it's like all these people in like their 30s, and there's just one guy who's like 14 on that top list. That's crazy. I popped in though. Gonzalo, how are you doing, man? Good to see you. Magnus versus Eric. Is that happening right now then? Is that literally Crazy Chicken? How you doing? Good to see you, man. Is that actually happening right now, Magnus? I don't know. Oh, beats him. Okay, so that happened earlier today. Interesting. Yeah, how are we all doing, fellas? It's been another week. Yeah, it's been another week. I should have music on. I don't know if people can hear that. I might have turned it off. Probably have. Okay. You should be able to hear music now. What will the live stream be about? I'm Spanish and I don't understand spoken English very well. That's okay. The stream will be about... Yeah, that's a good question, actually. The stream will be about chess. And it will also be about programming. Because, you know, I'm a developer. But I have some stuff to go to. I've got some very interesting chess-related findings to show everyone. Kid is a year older than my 750 Elo. I know, it's crazy. It really is crazy. Yeah, long week. Yeah, it's been a long week, but it's okay. And it's nice to, at least at the end of the week, to you know, sit down and do nothing for a while. Mr. Krabs, I know. Mr. Krabs, he always makes a reappearance in every stream. He's always there. Yeah, so fellas, what language is the code? The code is in TypeScript, so it's basically JavaScript. But anyway, so fellas, for those of you that aren't aware already, so in the last stream I talked about what I was working on, right? So I've been on this random crusade recently to try and find the most brilliant move ever played in chess, right? And to do that, I obviously, like, the simple solution is to look through a shit ton of games and then, you know, find all of the brilliant moves and then order them by how brilliant they are. And then the one at the top will be the most brilliant. And so that's what I did. Chess and programming, two things I wish I could do, but I'm very... Don't worry if you're not good at programming. It genuinely doesn't matter. At least to watch the stream, it genuinely doesn't matter. As long as you can solve problems and you're you know, you have a good will. As long as you have a strong will, then you'll be able to follow along. I won't... I always try to abstract the problems that I talk about, such that as long as you can just solve problems generally speaking, or you can reason logically, then it will be okay. And you'll be able to, you know, contribute. Hey, it's me, I made a video with your webpage. Yes, I think that might be the 8th time that you've said that. Yes, I'm aware of that. Welcome to the stream, man. It's good to see you. Anyway, yeah, so I was trying to look for the most brilliant moves that were ever played, okay? So, I think most of you probably already know the way that I did this. I think this is the first time I caught you stream. Well, welcome to the stream, man. It's good to see you. How are you? It's good to see you, man. We're doing, we're going to do some chess-related stuff, and I'm just going to go over also the coding stuff that I did in the last week. Okay, so fellas, to find the most brilliant chess move, I went to the... Okay, so conveniently, right, Lichess have an open database of all games that were ever played on Lichess. So like, okay, I'm going to look through all of these games, right, and try to find the most brilliant move that was ever played, at least like on Lichess, right? So all this together, by the way, is I think 2 terabyte, yeah, 2 terabyte dataset. Okay. And that's zipped, by the way. Like, if you extract all of the files, I think it's over 15 terabytes from what I understand. But I was like, okay, I'm going to look through all of these and try to find the most brilliant move. Now, the way that I did that is through this. Let me find it. It's through a brilliancy score that I created, which I'm not able to find now for whatever reason. Here. This brilliancy score function, which can, all you do is take a move and then it can give you a score telling you how brilliant it is. And the metric is based off how many pieces you sacrifice, so like the amount of material that you sacrifice in a move, right? And then there's some extra multipliers here for like, if you sacrifice a piece, instead of coding, let's manually review for accuracy. 100%. Hello, Tony, by the way. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Yeah, so the metric is that Tony, you want to I don't know if you got time, Tony. You want to stick around? I'm about to show you some insane stuff. Okay, some wild things are going to be on the screen in a second. Okay, but listen. So the metric of how brilliant a move is defined by the amount of material that you're hanging or you're sacrificing. Plus, if you can take the sacrifice piece, if you can accept the sacrifice with check, then there's extra points, right? There's a multiplier given to give you extra points for that. Okay, and the reason that happens is because if you can accept the sacrifice with check, right, that kind of implies that you can sort of just play, like, you can just shit out like King H2 and be like, fuck you, you're still losing, right? And so that's why I added that multiplier. And there's a second multiplier here for depending on the value of the piece that will attack yours. I think that's okay. What I'm trying to say is, if you sacrifice a queen, it's more points if a pawn can take that queen rather than another queen can take that queen. Okay, that's considered more brilliant, at least according to my metric. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over the entirety. I went over the entirety of the Lichess database, applying this brilliancy score to all of the moves that I could. And then I'm just going, and then I ordered them, right, by brilliancy score in descending order. And so I now have, right, well, first of all, I extracted 22.6 million brilliant moves from the Lichess database, okay? And if you order them by brilliancy score in descending order, you will have the most brilliant moves ever played on Lichess. Okay, and that's what I did for the last week. Right? And the way I did that, I had to buy out a server. Right? So I originally bought out like quite a cheap server, and then I found out that there was no fucking way that it was gonna finish it in time with that server. So I instead bought like pretty much the most expensive thing that the hosting provider would give me, and I ran it on that server for about 10 days, like 10 days straight. Right? So I don't know, like I think that's like 240 hours or something, and it was running on there for 10 days straight. Right? Going through the entirety of the Lichess database. Right, there's 15 terabytes of data. Okay, let's just be clear about that, right? Okay, and so that's what I did, and I've now gone the most brilliant moves ever played on Lichess. I've looked through these, by the way, and they are absolutely ridiculous. Okay, they are absolutely insane. So what I'm going to do, I'm now going to show you guys the apparently most legendary moves in chess. The top 5 winning moves. I'm sure they did, Tony. I'm honestly sure they did. Well, it's actually, I do actually have the links to the Lichess games as well, so they'll be interesting. So there is a winner here. So it's running your scoring for 10 days. Yes, on all of the game. Well, on a portion of the games in this open database, right? So it says here that 6% of them have stockfish analysis. So that 6% I was able to look for brilliant moves in, which is about 460 million games. Hello Kirby, how you doing, man? Good to see you. I finally have the chance to stick around for longer than half an hour. Fucking based. Unfathomably based, Kirby. And you'll want to, man, because we're going to have a look at some crazy chess positions. So some ridiculous things that I'm about to show you. Okay, so what I'm going to do now... Oh, hold on a minute. What I'm going to do now is have a look at the... Where is it? I'm going to go into the project folder. Okay. Okay. Let me open Git Bash here. Okay, boom. Okay, so I have to do this because I'm not able to open a 2 GB file. Like, okay, so I have a CSV file of 22.6 million brilliant moves. After that 10 days of processing. Okay, so if I show you this, right, we have brilliance.csv. Now if I do this command here, you can see that there's 22 million lines. 22 million lines in this file. Now this makes the file 2 GB. So I can't open it with Notepad. However, what I can do is the following command. Right, and I need sorted brilliance. Well, I need the brilliance without stalemates. So one thing that I found with this thing is that for some reason, well, I say for some reason, a lot of the top moves are just stalemate tricks. Now, for anyone that you don't know what a stalemate trick is, I don't even know how I'm going to show you this. It's basically where you sacrifice a piece, but like if you take the sacrifice, then it's instantly stalemate, which is cool. But like there's so many of them that I felt that it wasn't the greatest thing ever, right? Where you stock in the data. Well, the thing is, Danny, that the database is split up into months, and so I just take the month. And then I find the brilliant moves, and then I delete that file, and then move on to the next one. And I just keep the brilliant moves. So that's the only way I was able to do it without destroying my hard drive. Well, destroying the server's hard drive, I guess. Yeah, a lot of them were stalemate tricks. But anyway, here we have the top, like the most legendary moves apparently played in the game of chess. I wonder how many are cheaters. Yeah, it's funny you say that, small man, because the top one, the top brilliant move that I was able to find, I think could be a cheater. So, let's have a look at this. Where are you stocking the fish? I'm actually stocking my fish right now, guys. Okay, wait. So. This is the top move, okay? It's white to move. I'm going to turn the analysis off, okay? What are you doing right now? We're looking at ridiculously legendary moves, Black. But welcome to the stream, man. Yeah, so I spent about a week, maybe 2 weeks, Black, coding a thing that would go through the entire Lichess database and then order them by how brilliant the moves are. Please make this into a long-form video. This is why you're damn fucking right, Tony. What? You think I wouldn't be doing that? Who do you think I am, Tony? You think I wouldn't be doing that with this? Okay, Tony, you fucking watch this. But in fact, wrong music. Wrong music for this particular moment. I'm gonna have the irrepressibles in this shirt. Okay, I'm gonna do this fucking Neander Crash style. Okay. Slowed and reverb, by the way, as well. Don't forget the slowed and reverb. Bro, I literally found infinite content. Small man is spitting facts right now. I genuinely did find infinite content. It's actually beautiful. I'm gonna release this data set for free, by the way. The whole thing. The whole 2 GB data set of 22 million brilliant moves I'm going to release onto like, public domain. It's going to be out for everyone because I think everyone should have this. The entire database want to crash it. Well, I did it on a server. Black. Okay. Can everyone hear? the top move here, according to Stockfish, Knight F5. Okay, now just consider the position that White's in at this stage of the game. Okay, first of all, the entire fucking house is hanging, right? So the knight hangs in 3 different ways. The rook hangs in fucking 3 different ways. The queen hangs. The rook hangs. So you basically literally every piece on this board that is not a pawn is being simultaneously hung by White. Every single one. Okay? And the top move here is Knight F5. I don't even fully understand this move yet. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go through because there's about 8 million responses to this. Okay, so there's this, that, queen takes, rook takes, and I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, they all lead to slightly different responses. But this, and just to be clear, right, this is a real game. I'm going to pull up the Lichess link. This is a real game. between Mr. Karuk Shetra 2013 and Navigator 81, and this was a game that happened in I think 2014. Yeah, 29th of November. 2024. Sorry, excuse me. And then Knight F5, bro. Okay, we're gonna have to. There we go. Knight F5 played. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. But I'm gonna go over. Okay, why this is brilliant. Okay, I'm gonna have to put on the engine at some point because I don't remember everything. Okay, give me a sec. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna reset this in this shirt. Fucking beautiful. Okay, there's so much to go through here. There's like 8 million responses. Okay, if you take. Okay, so this is hanging, right? Like the initial idea is that the rook is hanging. I guess, right? But like, look at this position for white, by the way. Before, like, white has just been forked. Like every piece has just been forked, right? And you just randomly go knight f5, sacrificing the entire board. Okay, if you take here with the pawn, okay, you take the rook for free. Okay, so this is quite normal. But the thing is, the reason you can't do this is because you take here, the king has to go here, right? Rook d7. Rook d7, the king goes here, and there has to be a way to win, right? I think this is mate. Okay, so that's mate. You get triple laddered. You get triple laddered at the back. Okay, so you can't do this because you lose the game. Okay, so if you take with a knight, then the same thing happens, I think, right? Oh, bro. I remember this line now. You play queen b7, right? Rook takes queen b7, right? And now there's nothing to do. The king can't go anywhere, so you have to play here. You sacrifice the queen because it's laddered. You're laddered again. You can't do anything. Okay. No, you can't take. You can't take with a knight. So don't worry, Tony. There's plenty more of these positions. So that was top one, right? With 46 points. Look at the other ones with similar amounts of points. Well, he can't take the whole board at the same time. Yeah, but it's in the just get into the spirit. Okay. So this doesn't work. That doesn't work for different reasons, by the way. If queen takes, right? Rook takes, king here. I think you still go here. And I think I need to remember the position. I think it's rook here. It's not even... It is. Okay, it's rook g8. You have to go rook g8. This is still hanging, by the way. Just... completely... Still completely hanging, right? So, the queen takes, right? And the good thing about the queen takes, right, is that now that after king f7, rook d7, now there's an escape square. That's the important part, okay? We have to remember this. The escape square is the important part. Okay? Because that's what you absolutely need. Okay? Because in all of these other lines, right, the king cannot go here because the queen is here. So if you take with the queen, after king f7, rook d7, there's king g6. And the king escapes. Okay? And that's the important part here. But rook g8. Just rook g8. Just rook g8, and there was no way. There was no way to survive. I don't even know why, by the way. Okay? If black takes this, the queen is still hanging, by the way. So if black takes the queen, right? Rook g7 check. The king goes here. Wait, what? Rook 8. Yeah, okay, and then rook h7. Yeah, fine. And then you sacrifice everything, and now you're up you're up 3 pawns. You just win the game, right? I had to look at the engine for that because I have no idea what's going on. Like, I only know some of these lines by heart. But rook g8, and it's just impossible, right? So apparently the move is king h6, right? But then just rook g7, and it's still the same thing. There's nothing. It is actually cold. Like, this has been hanging the whole game. Okay? So you can't play queen takes because you just lose. But there's so many other sacrifices. There's so many ridiculous... Okay. So I will look at the chat in just a second. But I'm going through these lines, okay? If you take the rook, right? By the way, there's 2 ways you can take the rook. Not even that, 3 ways. 3 ways you can take the rook. Okay? But I'm gonna restart the in this shirt music. Okay? If you take the rook with the pawn, right? Because now you don't have this. Right? I love how, like, if you take the rook, apparently you just play knight takes c3. And white is up 4 points of material, and I guess wins the game, right? d4, and the engine says knight f1. Okay, do not expect me to explain this to you, because I can't. I have no idea. Okay, but white is up a knight, and apparently wins the game based off of that. Okay? If you take with a knight, right? Rook takes d5. If you take with a knight, you sacrifice the rook again. And the reason you sacrifice the rook again is because the knight, there's a fork here. But the knight is defending the fork. So you have to play rook takes d5. Right, now there is 97 also works. Because if you take, you lose the rook. Right, so it also works. But the top move is rook takes d5. Because no matter what you take with, I mean, if you take with a rook, you just get triple forked. Right, so if you take with the pawn, it doesn't matter, right? But okay, and then if you take the knight, and you lose the rook, right? And then, you know, queen b7, and then it's like, you know, okay, right? So I don't even understand, man. Okay, if you take with the rook, what even happens if you take with the rook? If you take with the rook, knight takes c3, rook takes here, and you're up a piece. Okay, I don't even know. If you take here, the rook takes d8, king here, and queen b7 is mate. Okay. And then if you take the queen, here, here, and it's the same thing, and you get ladder mated. Like, this is otherworldly chess position. And this was played, by the way. This was played by this account here, who is now banned on... So, Small Man was saying something like prophetic earlier. Small Man earlier saying what if there's cheaters was actually fucking prophetic. You can sacrifice everything. Yeah, just this is a move that just sacrifices the whole board and wins. It's actually ridiculous. But yeah, this guy is banned. Whether or not he was banned for cheating, I don't think we'll ever know. But he was banned. It just says that he violated the terms of service, so we don't know. I have no idea. But anyway, dude, that was a ridiculous move, by the way. But hey, cheating ain't always going to reach that position. I don't know. I mean, yeah, because I think someone commented on that. Like, maybe... Yeah, someone commented that on my Discord server. Someone said, like, how can you cheat and also get into that situation with, like, a triple fork? But you have to remember, like, remember that this position is winning for white. Right? So I guess the engine doesn't care, right? He sacrificed the account. I think he did. I think he really did, man. I mean, that genuinely is an account banning move, I feel. I think this genuinely is, like, if someone played 9-5 against me, I think I'd just delete my account. I'd actually just delete my account. Because there's so many ways to take free material, and they all don't work. It is ridiculous. None of them work. Ridiculous. Anyway, that was one of them. That was one of them. So I'm gonna... Now, what I also did, right, because I thought personally that it was interesting to do a metric wherein the metric was not the brilliancy score, but simply the number of pieces hanging. And through that, I found 3 moves, that hang 5 pieces at the same time. So this isn't based on brilliancy score, although they are very high scoring. This one isn't based on brilliancy score. It's just by number of pieces hanging. So this one is apparently 5 pieces that are hung at the same time. Okay? So the top move here is 94. I don't get it! What is happening? I don't... Okay. So this is like one of the top computer lines here. Is 94. Just hanging that, hanging the queen, the bishop's hanging, the knight's hanging in what, 2 different ways. There's a bishop in the corner hanging, and this is the top computer move. I feel like there needs to be a new level of brilliance for moves like these, right? Like there needs to be like a move that is literally just called like a count deleting move. Because this is absolutely ridiculous. I can't even like begin to understand this. It's actually ridiculous. Okay, but we're gonna see what the engine says, right? Because I did look at this position. Unfathomable. I know. For any of you that have seen my Instagram reels, this is genuinely a position at the end of the world. Now that looks nonsense. Well, we'll see. The legendary move. True. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys that. I've made. Well, I say made. I didn't really make it, but let me show you. Fellas, what do we think? What do we think? The legendary move. A move so brilliant it deletes the other player's account. Yeah, exactly. Career-ending move. Unfathomable is actually a really good idea for a super brilliant move. Just call it an unfathomable move. I feel like an account deleting move. It's just like this move is just immediately reported. That kind of move. Otherworldly. It is an otherworldly move. Yeah, so I kind of just photoshopped this, although the original icon was actually like brilliant. So the original one is let me pull that up. The original one is this, which my sister drew actually. My sister put this together for me because she's quite good at art. And then I just photoshopped it to add like the 3rd exclamation mark. But yeah, I got pictures of all the classifications here. I thought we could add this to Winter Chess. I mean, how do we feel about that, fellas? How do we feel about this? Like, because we can have a thing where it's like, if your move goes above a certain brilliancy score, you could give it legendary. Like, what do we think about that for Winter Chess, fellas? Would we want to have that in our game reviews? The legendary move. I also love how we're all coming up with different ideas of what this could be called. I just call it legendary. I don't know if there are maybe other better names. The legend. I'm sure you'll be getting many of those, Tony, won't you? I'm sure you'll be telling me about all the legendary moves you got today. Do it? Okay. Say less. Say less, fellas. I'll put it in Winter Chess. I'm gonna make a lot of updates to Winter Chess over the summer months. So one of which I can do the legendary move. I'm praying this gets added, bow. It will be insane. I feel like there should be a level of scarcity to it, though, right? Like the threshold, I think, should be high enough, such that like it genuinely is like an achievement for you to get. Because I feel like when you get higher elo, like the brilliance become less meaningful, I think, because it's just like, you know, maybe 1 in 4 games that you get a brilliant, right? If you're like, you know, 2000 rated or something, right? So I think the threshold should be high enough that it creates a level of scarcity that actually, you know, fulfills it with purpose. or fulfills it with achievement, right? If that upgrade happens, my next video would be this move is better than and I would try to get a legendary move. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Tony. That would be fucking awesome if you made a video on that. It truly would. So what I mean, okay. So to be clear, this move here was 31 points. Now I know that doesn't really make any sense, right? Because I'm not giving you any sort of scale. But so a normal sacrifice would be about 3.5 points on this scale. If you sacrifice a knight or a bishop, the value is 3, and then there's some multipliers for, you know, the other things like, you know, what piece can take the knight, or for example. So you get around 3.5. Now I can also look at the distribution of scores, which is an interesting thing to look at. And I created a graph of the most common brilliant moves with the most rare ones. So if I pull this up, so you can see here, right, so this is the graph, fellas. Okay, now this irrepressibles thing gets quite loud. 31 is insane, I know. Hello Julian, how you doing, man? Good to see you. For what are you creating this? Well, because it's fucking awesome. And also a video, and also because I'm using these positions to make my Instagram reels. Julian, the context is that I spent 10 days coding and then processing billions of moves in order to find the most brilliant one of them all. And that we're looking at the most brilliant moves right now. So anyway, here's the distribution, fellas. So you can see that most of them are between 3 and 4. So these are all like, these are truncated, by the way. So anything in this bar is between 3 and 4. So between 3 and 4 points is the most common, because the most common sacrifice in Fair, right, is the sacrifice of the knight or of the bishop, right? That happens quite often. I say quite often, but you know what I mean, right? I like to see the 53 outlier. The 53 outlier was a stalemate trick, which I think is boring, but I can show you guys what it was if we are interested in that. But the 46, this was the highest normal brilliant move, right? Like that was 46, right? Then the highest goal that was scored in open play, right, rather than a penalty. Okay, but the most common one is a 3-point sack, right? And you can see it kind of goes up around 5, 6 because, you know, rook sacrifices 5 points around that. And then 9 goes up a little bit because of the queen sacrifice, and then 9, 10, 11, 12, you know, these are queen sacrifices with interest, right? And then you can see there's some for 15 for some reason, I don't know why, but any of them with an actual label, there was at least one move with that score. You just can't see them because they're so incredibly rare, right? But 46 was the highest one. Now, where do you think, fellas, that we should place the threshold for a legendary move? Because I was thinking around 20 or maybe 25. Because I was thinking, like, the reason I say that is because if you look at, for example, the gold coins game, and I think we're all relatively familiar with the gold coins game. If not, I'm going to show you the gold coins game right now. And it was a game between Frank Marshall and Levitsky, where we all sort of think that this Queen G3 move here was legendary, right? Because you sacrifice the queen in 3 different ways, right? And it's like, it just looks great, right? So if we take that into account, this would be about 21, maybe 22 points, I think, when you put it through the score. And so I think we would assume this to be legendary, right? I think we would say that this is a legendary move. I mean, unless there's anyone that thinks that this is not even worthy enough of legendary. What was the first one? What do you mean, what was the first one at? Very known position in puzzles. Yeah, I think plenty of us are aware of this position already. I don't know how to turn this music even further down, but I really want to. I can. If I can do that. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know. Do we think that this is a legendary move? Because if we do, then I should probably set the threshold maybe 20 points, I feel, right? The how did we get there achievement, I know. Tony's never getting this. Don't underestimate Tony, guys. Remember that Tony is the world's best chess player. Okay, remember that. I'm sure. Of course he is. Okay, so I'm sure he'll get it within the same day. Even Gotham showed this. Yeah, okay. I know Gotham showed this game. I think everyone has seen this game, right? But like, this is one of the most well-known bully moves. So yeah, I've been working on my video recently for this, and I just finished the intro today, which is like also one of the other reasons I stream late, because I was working on that intro. I'm quite happy with it. I could show you guys the intro, but I'd have to open up Premiere, so maybe not. It has to be rare as OG Minecraft diamonds, dude. Sorry. I'm like, I have to catch up on chat now. Yeah, it kind of is actually. It's funny you make that reference, Pablo, because I was considering making that reference as well when I was talking about it earlier. Like it's because it's like when I was talking about brilliant moves like not being as I don't know, not being as amazing as you get high reload. It's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like when you play Minecraft and it's like certain ores don't really feel as great anymore when you get further into the game. I haven't seen this game, no worries. I mean, well, okay, Kirby, I think you can tell, right, this is a move that, like, just sacrifices the queen in, like, 5 million different ways, right? So, that's what makes it now. This is also the best move, right? So that's what makes it legendary. But yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. Alright. Fellas. Shall we have a look at, shall we analyze this position, fellas? Because I genuinely don't even understand what's going on. But this is apparently the best move. So if you take the queen, dude, this is the thing. Like I found this to be almost a problem when I was looking at this, because I reacted to some of these for my video, and I found it to be like almost problematic in analyzing, because there's so many to like. It takes so long to go through everything. Right, because you have to be like, oh, what if he takes this? What if he takes that? What if he? It's fucking beautiful if you ask me that you have to do that at all, but it's also very long. He fought the knights with his knight. When have you seen that, fellas? You know, like when have you seen a fork of 2 knights with a knight and it working? Like, it just works. Okay, fine. Let's go through this. If you take the queen, I feel like that seems the most obvious, right? Then you can take here with the bishop and you fork the king and the queen. Right, so he goes here. Okay, never mind. He goes here and then bishop takes d1, right? And then maybe, I don't know, here. Right, but I think you're up quite a bit of material in this position. Okay, so you need a way to, I guess, defend this. Apparently... apparently this is... Okay, I don't understand, okay? I don't even understand. Apparently this here is the top move. So, like... What was the starting position? This was the starting position. Black to move. What happened? So black to move in this position. The top move is knight to d4. Just sacrificing the whole fucking board. Okay, and... So if you take this, you get forked and you lose the queen back. The top move is apparently to take backwards, right? Just removing yourself from the fork. I don't know why, right? And then bishop takes d4. Bishop takes d4, apparently the best move. If you take this, you obviously lose the queen, but you can take with the queen, right? The bishop takes e2 here, and queen f6. And black is still up 2 points of material, apparently. Okay. Fine. I don't even know, man, at this point. But what if you take this? Bishop b6? And again, you're up 2 points of material. Right, okay. I don't even understand, man. But that's okay. So if you take this, you obviously... But I mean, can you not take this? Bishop takes d1. Yeah, but then you lose the queen again. Rook takes d8. Knight e6. And then you get forked again. Rook fe8. And black is still up material. Okay. I don't know. I meant the opening. Oh, you meant the opening. I might not be... Well, actually. No, hold on. You're right. I can probably look at that. Let us see, fellas. Let us see. So this was the original Lee chess game in which the knight d4 happened. I wonder if, like, how long the game went on after that, because bloody hell, I mean, I'll delete my account if that was played against me. How do I flip the board here? Was it not played? Pretty sure it was played. Here we go. Knight d4. And white takes. Yeah, I was thinking about the wait. There's quite literally that 12 parallel universes ahead of you. I know, it's crazy. They are on like it is actually like this is I think this is like an entirely different class of moves, and the reason I say that, I mean, besides the obvious, like they're legendary, right? Like it actually like I'm 2000 elo to be clear. I'm like 2100, right? This is a move that you genuinely, there is no intuition of why it's a good move, because I feel like even if you play a brilliant move, right, there's at least an intuition of like, oh, you take back and there's some activity here, and you know, you get pieces in, right? There's at least that intuition, like without even calculating anything, right? You at least have that intuition of like, okay, it's probably something to do with that. I don't know what the moves are, but there's something to do with that. You have that intuition with brilliant moves. That just doesn't exist. But maybe Tony can comment on this, because he's also 2100, right? But like, there's just no you have to calculate these. There's no intuition of like, there's just completely zero intuition like that you get from this move straight away. You have to look at it for at least a few seconds and calculate, right? You have to calculate these to understand it. There's no like let's say let's say you sacrifice a knight on g4. Right, you know, I don't even know how to show this, right? But there were some like more common sacrifices where it's like, oh, you play the knight here, and then it's like, well, actually, and it's like, oh, you sacrifice the knight on g4, and it's like, oh, but you can get the bishop in on, like, you know, there's open the king, right? There's like the king's open, and it's like you don't know what the exact moves are. You see what, you know what I mean, Tony? Like, you don't know what exactly moves are, but you can obviously tell, like, okay, that's the idea. Like, this is a whole other class of moves, because you can't do that. There's nothing you can do with this besides calculate, and I found that very interesting when I was looking at these, because it genuinely takes you at least a few seconds to even understand an intuition of what's going on, or to understand anything that's going on. It's an entirely. I mean, I'm fucking 2100, okay? Like, if I should be like understanding what knight takes g4 is for in, like, a standard position, but there's some moves like this that you just don't get. You just don't get unless you calculate everything out. And there's so, like, a thing that adds to this is that there's just so many things to calculate, because there are so many things that are simultaneously hanging. It's ridiculous. I almost feel that there is no human that has played this move with 1 minute 56 on the clock, and it was like, I've looked at everything. There's no way that they looked at everything. I think they just said, this looks pretty good. Let's just fucking do it and see what happens. I almost feel like it's so brilliant that it's almost lucky. Can you find the worst brilliant? The worst brilliant. Okay, let's see the worst brilliant will just be a very plain knight sacrifice, because it's not possible to sacrifice less material. Well, unless you sacrifice the exchange, If you sack the exchange, look for a knight, then technically I think you get 2 points, but we'll see, we'll see. I actually never looked at this because I didn't find it to be very, interesting. But okay. Yeah, 3.1 is apparently the minimum. So knight takes e5, and I think it will just be a very plain knight sacrifice. But it's an interesting question. Knight takes e5. Yeah, and that just sacrifices the knight. Because what? If I take here... Okay, rook takes e2. The queen takes f3, and then, okay. Apparently that's what you do. Yeah, so these are just very, like... pawn sacrifice now, because they're not even considered brilliant if you sacrifice a pawn. It's not enough material. You need to at least sacrifice 2 points of material. It can't be just one. And 2 would be an exchange, like of a rook and a knight. Do you count pawns? I think I do in the brilliancy score, but I don't in evaluating whether or not a move is brilliant. That's what I'm trying to say. What do I do for living? Well, I'm a student right now, actually, but I am technically self-employed. Like, I do this on the side, but primarily I'm a student. But I'm hoping to do this for a living. 100% I'm trying to do this for a living. I got a lot of shit to do over the summer. But if there's a worst brilliant, is there a best blunder? Maybe there is. Maybe there is. What would even be, how would you evaluate that? Like, what is the metric for how beautiful a blunder is? I sacrifice my king on a daily basis. Yeah. I guess the king is infinitely valuable, right? Like... Thank you, Tony. Tony, do you want me to send you the original brilliant move? Or it almost looks like you were able to, like, snatch it from my stream. I don't know how you did that. Do you want me to send... I can send you the original PNG if you want, Tony. That's fucking beautiful, Tony. Thank you. Yes. Holy shit. And it can also make for good, like, what's it, Winter Chess cameo in the video, right? So, fucking beautiful. I don't know, I mean, what do you think, Tony? Because you're very confident about your ability to obtain a legendary move. Like, you seem very confident that you'd be able to do it for the purpose of your video. Like, what happens if you can't find a legendary move? Because they are very difficult to get, right? Like, I don't know, have you... Listen, man, maybe Tony is secretly Frank Marshall. I mean, we don't know, but, like... I'm gonna send it to you, Tony. Thank you, Pablo. No worries, take care, man. It was good to speak to you. Am I living in Dutch? I'm not living in Dutch. I'm actually living in English. I'm betting 5 kidneys he won't. Yeah, like I don't know. I believe it. I believe in him, but I wouldn't take it to the bank. I'm not sure about taking it to the bank, but I believe in him. He's done crazier things. Some sacrifices that are not brilliant can also be beautiful. Well, I think any sacrifice that is the best move is brilliant, Tankster. So, at least by the definition of chess.com, pretty much any sacrifice that is a good move, right, it is a brilliant. But you are right. Like, it conceptually, you're right though. I see what you mean. Like, it is a subjective thing as to like what constitutes brilliant, right? Because there are some others that you wouldn't give a brilliant mark that are like very beautiful moves, which of course this doesn't detect, right? Because this only detects a brilliant as a sacrifice, and it's like it's more brilliant if you sacrifice more material. Is like my whole metric, which is a subjective thing, right? Like, it's only because I think that more sacrifice material is more awesome, right? It's like, Tony, can I show these thumbnails on the stream, or are these private? I don't know if people would care, but this, I feel like you've got a knack for making like ridiculous thumbnails, basically. Like, I like that you use the same like format of like it's like X%, and then I don't know what would that even be called grammatically. Like yeah, it's like X% more and then particular adjective, and that's like your whole format. Feel free to share. Okay, I have 99 brilliance. My 100th will be legendary. Okay. Why are you living in English? Why stands there? Okay. Because I don't know why my weather's in Dutch. There's always at least one person in every stream that comments on that. I don't know why my weather's in Dutch. I genuinely have no idea. I'm sorry. It just is. I don't have to change it, and I never use it, so I haven't been bothered to. Although I do know a little bit of German. Um, so it's very similar to Dutch, right? So like it never bothered me because whenever I do read it, the weather for whatever reason, at least the weather tab on Windows, I can at least kind of get an idea of what they're talking about. So I never bothered to turn it to English. I didn't need to. It's calling for you. Did he manually count them from his games? Yes, I did, Nico. Of course I did. I manually counted all 22.6 million. My favourite thumbnail today. Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous, Tony. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Okay? You just like, guys, for anyone that doesn't watch Tony, this guy's been doing like he's on a crusade recently of like the most ridiculous, like insane career-ending thumbnails that I've ever seen. And do you remember, Tony, that one of these thumbnails got turned into like that Instagram GIF? Okay, if it gets turned into an Instagram GIF, you know you're doing something right in terms of marketing, but something wrong in terms of the morality of your thumbnails. Okay, right. I always like they're kind of like I think Gotham Chess has been doing the same thing though with his crazy ass thumbnails. I love the bishop choke, yeah. See these. See, they're all saying what the fuck. They're all saying they're all laughing at this. See, they know it's the chess equivalent of making your 100th demon in GD an extreme demon. Is that a real tradition, Curly? Is that an actual tradition? Like your 100th one has to be a higher demon than you would usually go for. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna pull up the other ones. I feel like we shouldn't be staring at this. I feel like the other one. That's his legendary move thumbnail. Tony, what even is the reason that you do this format? Like, what's the it's X% more adjective format? Is that like an algorithm reason for that, or are you just doing it because it's like it removes the requirement to think about what you need to put in the thumbnail? Dude, see, this is why I was saying, but this is the same ass shit. Like, why is he? There always has to be this fucking like freaky ass touch to like the thumbnails that he does. This is what I was saying. There always is. There always. I just ABC tested it once and it crushed my older thumbnails. Well, fucking fair play, you. Fucking fair play. If it works, it works. Especially if the selected demon is super famous, top 100. Well, I wouldn't know, man. I'm not a geometry dash connoisseur, but that is very interesting. Yeah, that's like an actual like colloquial tradition. I don't know. Does that like show on your profile or something? Like, yeah, this is crazy, bro. Let's see another one. Oh, he's giving me his watch time share. Yeah, wow. That is a lot better. But I think Tony as well, like, I think you also have to take it. I'm gonna put this back on the stream just because I find it funny um to watch you have to watch my people see this on stream. I think it also has to like to do with the white background. I actually think it does. And the reason is because the majority of people on YouTube use it in dark mode, and so that when you have a very bright background thumbnail, like a white thumbnail, it contrasts very easily with the YouTube background. Because most people, and like it's strangely important to see the demographic on YouTube and what settings they have, and also like what screen sizes they're on and stuff like that. Because it weirdly makes a difference. Because when most people on dark mode, this one stands out. But it's the same thing with like, for example, when you go to like any YouTube video, like I almost don't want to pull up the YouTube home screen because it's usually awful. But when you have this, whoops. Okay. But you have this little thing here in the corner of the time. Now that's a lot bigger on mobile. And so you also need to like make sure that you don't have anything very important, like, you know, 'cause sometimes you have like text in the corner or like a timer in the corner or something for your thumbnail. You should never have that in the bottom right because it would be covered by the thingy. So the UI makes a very big difference in thumbnail design. Weirdly enough. And yeah, and also like another thing is like YouTube only recently, like I mean, in the scale of YouTube, only recently added the ability to preview the video when you hover over it, and so that's also important in accounting for, because that's also a big like selling point that you have to have someone click on your video. So I'm getting into the fucking weeds a bit here, but anyway. There's something going on about viewers' curiosity on the unknown, especially when you blur it like that. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, because they're like, okay, so I mean, again, I'm kind of yapping about the algorithm here, but like it's called a curiosity gap, I think, and it's like you just create like an open loop within like someone's head, and as soon as they have that, they're like, well, I need closure, right? And the easiest way to get closure is to simply watch the video. But it's also why like the intro in the video, like you need to clickbait. It's why clickbait doesn't actually work that well, right? Because if you don't actually do what you said you were going to do in the thumbnail, in the intro, or like, you know, you don't at least give them an inkling of hope that it's going to happen in the video, then they won't watch. Because it's like you basically you shook their hands at the beginning and said you're going to click on my video and you're expecting this from the thumbnail, right? And it's like if you don't follow that, if you don't follow with that deal, then they're not going to watch. So there has to be a thing at the beginning, right, that basically, you know, pushes them a little bit, says, hey, you know, like this is going to happen like near the end, don't worry, just keep watching. Or like it's something that gets slightly closer to that goal that they wanted to see in the thumbnail. Like, because you need to keep them under the impression that they are getting closer to what they signed up for. But it doesn't have to be straight away, right? But you have to convince them that they're getting closer to it, right? And this, like, the cheapest way to do this is to have like, you know, when they do like the preview at the beginning of the video, it's like later on in the video, and then it's like a preview of what happens at the end. And then they, you know, they cut back to the, you know, the context or whatever. That's a very cheap way of doing it, but a lot of people do that, and it does help. Of course, there were much more intelligent ways, in the nicest way possible. There are more intelligent ways of doing that, but that would be the like easiest way to do it. Okay, I've not even got close to beating 100 demons myself, but from what I think I beat Club Step, and that was it. But from what I've seen others do, it's a thing. Plus, making round numbers be big events. I mean, yeah, okay, fair enough. Doesn't seem appealing when I'm watching it at 3 a.m. and it's hurting to watch anything slightly bright. Well, I honestly, maybe Tony would be able to tell us. I honestly think that a lot of Tony's videos are probably played on the TV. And if you think it's on the TV, then it's probably not at 3 a.m. Right, like it will be TV and like obviously mobile will be up there, but he will have like a strange amount of people that watch it on TV, I think, because Tony's videos are something that you have in the background, and then he just farms watch time on the fact that you have it in the background. You actually play GD? Well, no. No, the answer is no. I played GD. I played Geometry Dash like maybe a couple years back. I used to just play it on my phone or like on my tablet or something. But there was a random phase I had a couple years back where it's like a couple days I just played a lot of GD on Steam, like on the computer. And yeah, that was when I beat Clubstep, but I don't think I might have beaten like the Nightmare, like the really easy demon, but that was kind of it. And I think there's a medium demon that had like there's one with that like weird secret way, like secret bug, I guess, in the map that allowed you to skip a lot of it. I'm pretty sure I passed that one. Yeah, very large number of TV viewers. Yeah, I'm not surprised. So I did my research. I did my research on the algorithm, you see. I don't know. That's the only reason I know so much about it. I tried GD. I gave up in 10 minutes. Yeah, fair. It's a difficult thing. It's very high like skill ceiling, I guess, right? And it's mostly all like getting good at your intuition or like it's just hard practice. Like you just practice a shit ton of times and that's how you get better at it. There's no other way, there's no theory or anything like that. You just have to practice. But anyway, we shall have a look. Yeah, so a lot of these are well, okay, hold on. Let me look at the top 10. I think a lot of these as well, like they're really good for puzzles that I found. They've been really, really useful for puzzles. Because you can make a whole thing where it's like, you know, what is the most brilliant move in this position? I think we got kind of a bit of detail there with fucking GD, but anyway. This here is a position where it's black to move, right? And the top move here is queen takes e5. Okay. And I think this one at least makes some sense, right? Because like you sacrifice the queen in 3 different ways. But if you take, then I have bishop takes e4. So yeah. And it's not really possible to stop this like discovered check. So I think it doesn't really matter like what you do. And now you're 2 pieces for a rook, which should be winning for black, I think, right? I don't know actually. Yeah, probably should be winning for black. But they're fucking crazy, man. But like I said, they're all puzzles. They are genuinely all puzzles. I mean, because this is like you can have this be a puzzle, right? You can be like, find the brilliant move, and it's like, okay, so it's queen takes c5, right? That's the brilliant move. But that could be a puzzle, and there's 22 million of these that could all be find the brilliant move puzzles, which I found really awesome. I want to see if there's some other ones. There's queen takes c3, rook d1. There was some like, well, actually, let me have a look at the ones here, because I think these are quite funny. The ones where you hang 5 pieces at the same time. Yeah, the top move is the rook c1. I love these because it's literally just infinite puzzle. But I know I'll show you guys my Instagram in a sec because I've been posting these on Instagram. But anyway, yeah. So that hangs the rook. That's hanging. That's hanging. This is hanging. So this is another position where literally all of the pieces that aren't pawns are hanging. Like, there's just all of them are hanging. I don't even know. I think you just take back though. I think a lot of these though, I almost want to do a filter where like you can't be up too much material because in this position you're up 8 points of material, right? Meaning that I think kind of regardless of what happens, you're still winning. Well, I guess. Well, I don't know. Don't know in this case, you're going to lose a 9, aren't you? Well, I don't even bloody know. But yeah, like when there's such a material imbalance, it almost feels like, well, you could sacrifice everything on the board and it would be kind of okay, right? Because it's like you're up so much. So maybe I'd want to filter these out. But otherwise, oof, they are bloody beautiful. I'll tell you that. This one's queen takes f5. A lot of them, obviously, the higher ones are queen sacks because, like, well, you know, you need to sacrifice that amount of material. Queen takes c5 here is the top move, hanging the queen in 4 different ways. But I mean, I feel like some of these make sense because it's like, yeah, you do that, but then you get this and you promote, right? So it's like you kind of survive, but it's still very interesting. I'm gonna make a daily chess puzzle game using this. Well, I'm certainly okay. I'm certainly gonna have puzzles on Winter Chess, 100% during the summer. I'm gonna add puzzles, and yeah, big one for this will be brilliant move puzzles. Just find the brilliant move because I think that's really awesome. Like, and they're also very fun. Like, I don't know. I feel like does anyone have that thing with puzzles where it's like you think differently about a puzzle because you know that there's a good move? Does anyone have that? Like you almost think differently in a puzzle as compared to like a real game. Because you're like, well, there's definitely a winning move. But what is it? But obviously in the real game you don't know that. Does anyone have that? Because I feel like that's the same thing for brilliant puzzles, right? Like if you have brilliant move puzzles, you're like, okay, it has to be a sacrifice, right? Like you already know off rip that it's a sacrifice, right? So I don't know. Maybe I'd have to like sprinkle in some like non-brilliant move positions, and then you'd have to also like distinguish the non-brilliant ones. Like you'd have to distinguish it if it didn't have a brilliant move in it. You'd have to know that. Should I like sprinkle in some like fake ones? I think there should be puzzles where the best move is the boring move. Yeah, see, there's lots of like normal puzzles where that's the case. But I mean, in terms of this particular data set that I have, all of them obviously are brilliant moves, right? But obviously you could use them for puzzles because you know if you look here, this is a, and they're all pretty good quality puzzles as well. Like, because the answer is this, right? And it's like that's the answer, right? But that's a nice answer, right? Like, that's a good puzzle. But the thing is, obviously, if you know that it has to be a brilliant move, then it narrows down the search quite a lot, right? Because it's like, well, I have to sacrifice something, right? I either have to, you know, give up the bishop here, or I don't know, or you know, give up the queen or give up the knight. It has to be something like that. So I think I would almost have to sprinkle it in with fake ones. I'd be the best at blunder puzzles. Blunder puzzles, I think, would be too easy. They're surely like, I feel like most illegal moves are bad, right? So, although there are technically, I think, worst move puzzles, and some of them are interesting. If you can find the worst move in the position. But I don't know. I don't know how useful that would be to actually getting better at the game. Like, how can it be, like, educational to be good at finding the worst move? I don't know. I mean, maybe it tests at least your calculation in some regard, like. But yeah, they're all pretty good. But 9 to 5 is just otherworldly. Otherworldly. You can see here, right, all of the pieces that are hung, and they're separated by spaces. So there's 4 pieces that 9 to 5 hangs. There's 3 pieces that are hung here. Okay, you might have a. Oh, you might want to have a look at that. Oh yeah, I see its position. But this one is crazy. I saw this the other day. Hello, theme manager. How are we doing? The top move here, fellas, is rook to d1. Yeah. So true, man. I love these. These are so dude, imagine this as a puzzle. Just like black to move and win. I'd actually delete my account. Rook to d1 is the top move. Ridiculous. You hang this. You hang that with the bishop and the knight. You hang the rook down here. The rook is hanging in 3 different ways. What is the third hanging piece? There's the this, and this. It would be cool if you have AI that can explain game plan or ideas behind move. Yeah, well, have you not seen my chess coach video? I think you should watch that, Theme Manager. I'm getting on to that. Yeah, Rook D1, I don't even understand. I genuinely don't. I mean, okay, if you take the queen, right, then this is mate. Because the bishop covers. I think that's like the general idea. I mean, there's so many other things you can do. Why don't you just take the rook? Dude, I mean, I guess I just take the bishop, right? And I'm just up 5 points. Ah, it's weird though. What do we take here? Oh, but then no, it's mate. Ah, okay. Dude, that's fucking weird though. What a move. Ridiculous move. That's crazy, I know. AI and sick emoji. Yeah. Yeah. AI is an interesting thing to use, I think, in anything. I think okay, there can be AI products that are good, but you need to be very careful with it. 99% of AI products are shit. But you can make them it's possible to have a good AI product, I think, but it's very like, you have to be careful with it. Like you have to be careful with it if you want to make a good product. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, these are fucking ridiculous, man. But yeah, I got a long form video coming up about this. I've just been editing this today, just on the intro. But I'm gonna be editing that over the next, well, week or whatever, and then I'll be posting that with some of these games. Dude, I mean, I already recorded my reactions to the move, so I unfortunately won't be able to take anything from the stream, or probably won't need to. It's a tool, you've got to use it wisely. Yeah, that's the thing with AI. I think it's 100% so. AI, at least in the context of coding, is the evolution of code completion, right? Where it's just like, it will give you what you want and you press enter and it completes. AI is just the evolution of that. I think that people are like, I think it is delusional to think that AI can not only do that but also replace the programmer entirely. I think it's delusional, at least at this stage of how good AI is now. I think it's delusional to think that. And it is undeniable that if you try to replace the programmer with AI, then it will give you shit. It will give you a shit piece of software. It will give you a shit website or a shit product. It always does. Of course it does. Otherwise it wouldn't be called slop. Why are you actually trying to understand this without a computer CPU embedded in your brain? Well, okay, if you think about it, it is reasonable, right? If you take the rook, right, for whatever reason, then you can take the bishop. You move the rook in order to take the bishop. That's why you do it. Because because at the moment, right, your rook's going to die. So you need to somehow fix the problem, right? And you do this, and the reason is because you're trying to take this. Right, but if the queen is taken, then it's okay because the rook is up here and able to win the game. So you have to calculate it out. You really do, but it is, it is calculable. I was gonna make a joke earlier about needing a multi-threaded brain. Multi-threaded brain, so true. Claude AI deleted that one company's entire database. Yeah, AI shit. AI is currently shit. I don't understand. Like, any company that tries to tell you that AI is genuinely intelligent, I think is delusional currently. Like, I don't doubt that AI can become intelligent or, like, quote unquote more intelligent than us at some point. I don't doubt that. I 100% believe you if you had told me that, right? But I think at this current point, I think it is delusional to think that AI is genuinely an intelligent thing. It isn't. It's fucking stupid. Well, like every vibe coded piece of software is shit. Okay, I don't want anyone. There is no fucking argument for it. There's no like. It's shit, and I will not support anyone who makes vibe coded products because they're full of security vulnerabilities. They're shit, just generally speaking, right? People who think that vibe coding is good are genuine. Like Nico, you're absolutely right. They're coping. They're 100% coping. They're literally just coping with the fact that they don't know how to do it themselves, or that they're not willing to, you know, hire someone to do it. That's the only reason. That's genuinely the only reason. Right, and there was no fucking. By the way, I don't think, right, and I don't accept the argument that's like, well, I just want to be creative and make a website. You are actively putting people at cybersecurity related risks by making vibe coded software. Shut the fuck up about, oh, I just wanted to be creative. If you want to just be creative, don't release the website to the public. That's the easiest thing you can do, and it's such an obvious thing. It's so obvious. I don't even know, like, what are we doing, guys? Well, I don't even have to explain this. Just don't release it to the public, because if you do, there will be security vulnerability. I especially don't get people who upload vibe coded websites that you can log into, right? Because then you can give your data to that vibe coded piece of software. Do you genuinely trust Claude with your password? Let's be real. Do you trust Claude with your email? With your email address and your password or your whatever you need to log in? Do you genuinely? Let's be real. No one does. Right, and the sad thing as well about a lot of vibe coded software is that the people behind them are not open about it being vibe coded, right? And so that you're willingly giving your password and your login credentials to companies that will not tell you that the thing that is managing that data is a fucking clanker. Artificial text generator that uses a large data, is it 100% fucking token predictors? Vibe coded a website that counts to 10 and does a little info scraping on the side. Fucking ridiculous, Tony. I genuinely hate vibe coding, right? And the thing is, though, vibe coding in itself, right, if you just want to be completely purist about it, vibe coding in itself, in a purist sort of way, is not the end of the world. Because there are people that people that say, oh, can I vibe code fucking Plants vs. Zombies with Claude? And that's a fun thing. That's a fun thing to see, what the capabilities of the AI is. I think that's a fun thing. The problem is that when you start giving out this software to other people, saying log in on my vibe coded website, right? There's obviously going to be, you're actively putting people at risk, and that's why I think it's fucking stupid for anyone to do that. And it will always be fucking stupid to do that. It always will. And this is a problem that's rampant throughout chess as well, throughout the chess world. And it is sad. It's fucking saddening to see. As someone who's obviously, been in chess for 4 years, I've been playing chess my whole life, but someone's been in the online chess world for the last 4 years. It is fucking saddening to see product. And like, it's so saddening to see products, chess products and educational chess products and what have you, chess websites. The amount of AI that people use, especially people with influence in the chess scene, people with influence are actively endorsing and publishing AI generated crap, right? And then they're saying, "I check out my new product or buy my fucking $60 course." Shut the fuck up. Again, I genuinely will say that because I'm actually sickened by the state of the chess world right now, right? And obviously, let's be real, the AI thing has happened to every industry, right? Like, it's not only chess, right? But all I know specifically what is going on in the in the chess world in terms of vibe coding and AI, right? Just to be clear, right? Let's go to Chessly, right? Which is Levy's website, right? There's an image on it. This image here used to be an AI generated piece of garbage. He only like relatively recently changed it. This used to be the most like obvious AI generated, and I'll show you actually. Chessly AI generated image. It's probably on Reddit. It probably is on Reddit. I think someone posted about this on Reddit. Gotham used bad AI art. This is 5 months ago. Yep. Yep. And that was there for ages. Ages and ages. And I think that's fucking stupid. Especially for someone with as much money as me. Like, it's so easy. It's so easy just to pay someone to make the fucking background of a login page. It's so fucking easy. It's just... And you can tell it's AI because some of the pieces are fucked up. And, there's all sorts of things. But it's so annoying. It's so annoying. People just... Why do we not have the... Like... even if we don't want to talk about why do we not have the effort to get an artist, right? Even if you take the effort out of the argument, it's like, why don't you have the respect, almost? Why don't you have the respect as someone who has clearly enough money to get an artist to just get an artist? It's almost disrespectful. Going to the mall but taking my AirPods because the stream is 10 out of 10. Tony, thank you so much. Okay, that's a good plan, Tony. Yeah, I'm gonna continue my rant about this AI shit because it's fucking. This happened to Chesley. I'm gonna read the chat now, so I've just been ranting about this. Does someone know how the chess.com game review generates its text? Because at least the German version is bad. It's a combination of normal code plus AI, Rambo. In terms of exactly how that works, I don't know. But I can tell you that it's not just AI. There is normal code. There is normal code in it, but there is also AI. If you use AI to play chess, would that be vibe chessing? I think that's a good idea, Kirby. I honestly do think that's a good idea. I vibe code not to complete the program, but to torture the LLM by asking as many dumb questions as possible. Well, Vil, have you seen the AI thing where it's like you can like crack a whip at Claude to get it to work faster? I think there was like a developer who built this. Oh, is it Open Whip? Yeah. And it adds a whip to your mouse, such that if you whip Claude, it automatically prompts it by saying, like, code faster. So, Vil, if you're interested in torturing LLMs, then you might want to check out Open Whip. But yes, so as I was saying, yeah, it's fucked. I find it sickening. I find it sickening how bad it's gotten in the chess. Well, obviously, there's plenty of AI generated, chess slot videos on YouTube. But what I'm mostly interested in is the websites because that's obviously my, area, right? That's my area of chess. Making educational tools, and this happens in the same thing. And I'm gonna bring this up because I don't fucking care what people think of me. Like, Too Niche did it as well with his fucking chess arcade. I think I'm just gonna say this now. I think that the website's garbage, 100%, and I'm absolutely gonna say that in the open on stream because I think it's garbage, and I'm gonna give you my opinion. But I don't want anyone to go to any particular website and say shit. I don't want any hate. I'm giving you my opinion that the Too Niche website that he made is garbage. Because he made he vibe coded it, right? He vibe coded a site where you can basically play chess minigames. And I think because he vibe coded that it's garbage. Again, I don't care. I fucking don't care about that. Oh, he was being creative. Don't fucking care at all. Because you're I don't. Also, I genuinely don't care. He allows people to log into the site. If that wasn't the case, then I probably wouldn't have much an issue with it. But he allows people to log in the site. He's handling user data, actively putting people at risk, right? And this is why I said I don't like when people of influence do this. because they have an audience that will use it because they don't have any fucking clue what they're talking about in terms of cybersecurity, right? They don't know how to handle their data. They don't know how to keep themselves safe, right? And he gets them to do it, and they're going to do it because they're his fans, right? And then they're going to like actively put his viewers' credentials at risk. So I will 100% open, and I will criticize by anyone. I don't fucking care who you are. I will criticize anyone who I think is doing something immoral, and I think what he is doing is immoral. And I will it's not even like, I also find it obvious to criticize the people who openly endorse that, and I will criticize anyone. I will criticize my own friends for doing this. Right? I criticize anyone. Like, I think croissant. I mean, anyone who openly endorsed the vibe coded 2 niche software. I think that was immoral. I think that was immoral. I don't think that it's something that you have to be like, oh, this is a shit person. I don't think they're shit people. Anyone who endorsed it, none of them are shit people. I just find it immoral that you endorse it. And I will openly credit, like, Croissant did the partnership with the fucking Guess the Elo thing. I think that was immoral. Same thing, I think Tony did it as well. I would criticize Tony for that. I would 100% do that. Because I think it's immoral to do that. Now, the reason I say I don't think they're shit people is because they don't know. Like, it's not like Croissant knows. It's not like Tony knows it was vibe coded. It's not like he knows like the ramifications of that, right? I can tell you the ramifications now that endorsing it are actively putting more people at risk of having their credentials stolen and having their credentials, be the victims of security vulnerabilities. I can tell you that now that is the case, right? But chess YouTubers, it's not like they fucking know, right? So I don't think they're bad people, but I think I would criticize them 100%. Hey, I don't even know how to say that name. Weeder Torren, how you doing, man? I'm doing good. We've been looking at a lot of brilliant moves today, and now I'm going on a rant about AI in chess. About AI slop in the chess world. I'm going to lose some more elo, beautiful. So I am going to read the chat now, but I swear it was an insult before. What are you talking about? What was an insult before? Wasn't Clanker an insult for old people or something? Nah, it came from Star Wars. Actually came from Star Wars. The Clanker was it was like a slur that you would use to call droids in the Star Wars series, and it's now turned into an insult towards AIs. That's basically what it is. Everyone is struggling, yes, about my name who isn't Dutch. Well, I don't know how to pronounce Dutch. It's like, I suppose it would be like Det Vida Toren or something like that, right? Because I only know some German. Right, and I can only make parallels with how the German language is pronounced, right? So I presume the W is a V, right? Because I've heard plenty of Dutch, but I don't know how to speak any of it. Because some of my family's Dutch, actually. So, but I'm very bad at speaking. I can only speak a little bit German. It's like that. It is actually Det Vida Toren. Okay, beautiful. I don't know. In Dutch, do you have to put any aspiration on the R? I know you do that in German, right? In German, you have hören, whereas the R is very aspirated. Do you have to do that in Dutch? Is it actually Toren or just Toren? But W is not V. How do you pronounce it then? Like, is it not Vida? Like, do you actually say Vida? Is that real? I swear you pronounce it like a V though, right? As in an English V. Mate, AI doesn't even clank. It doesn't have physical parts outside of the servers it's hosting on. Well, I don't know, man. You're saying this to me as if I created the term. Okay, it's a droid in Star Wars, okay? And it's funny. Alright? It's funny. It's only me to everyone start calculating positions when looking at a board without realizing it, even while doing something else or listening to some Wintercat. Yeah, man, it's alright. We've all got ADHD. It's okay. Give us the phonetic spelling. I don't know. I only know the German. Okay, the first one is Toren, which is an English R, and the second one is Toren, which is the like aspirated sort of German R. L Carix, how we doing, man? Good to see you. Thank you. Yes, it's hard because the sound in is it? But I thought debt was a word though. I thought debt was the word. Is it just de? Oh, maybe it is. Oh no, I think I'm thinking of het. Right, het. Het is the right. But duh is also the. I think there is also de, right? I thought I must be misremembering. I thought det was the word. So would it be de tvida? I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure I remember that the W in Dutch is meant to be pronounced like an English V. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Like, you'll definitely be able to tell me. The second tower. Please say, please say that you're making a joke. The second tower. True. No, it's German R? Okay. But is it a V? Does it sound like a V, like the W, right? Is it actually Tvida? The Tvida Toren. Is that real? Are you the title guy who lost or Faux Dragon? Am I the title guy? I'm not titled. Fucking untitled. Fuck, I don't even have a chess.com account. It means that. What does it mean? Oh, it means okay. The second okay. Yes. Because in German you have Zweiter, which is second, right? I think. So Twider, that makes sense also. No, totally not a V. So how is it? Is it literally tweed? Is it literally a W sound? It's tweeder, the tweeder. Is that real? I'm still like I'm not getting that. I clicked the link from Winter Chess Review. Brilliant. Love the site. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you like it. There'll be a lot of updates in the summer, Ted. Don't you worry. Put it in Google Translate. No, it's okay. I trust that it is the second tower. And I trust it because it is like remotely similar to the German one for the second tower, which is like I don't know. I think tower in German is Turm, right? So you say what? Der zweite Turm. I think is the second tower. I don't know. My German is very bad. So tweet, but EE equals A in cake. Oh, really? Oh, actually, maybe I would have. Maybe I have heard of that before. So it's like Twader. Ah, yeah, I'm almost starting to remember like an EE sounding something like that. But I don't know. I'm fucking tweaking out. The Twader Doran. Okay. I started watching this because I was just checking my notifications. Nice. Oh, well. I'm hoping that we're all enjoying the stream, fellas. Every Dutch person can learn fluent German yeah, they're very similar, right? Like I can sort of understand like a very basic level of Dutch, or like there are some words in Dutch that like I can understand just from what I know in German, which is nice, I guess. But I don't know. I don't really use my German. I don't even know why I know a bit of German. I just fucking Duolingo'd out one day. If we're camping on the vacation, German and Dutch people can understand. Yeah, there's a lot of similar words, right? A lot of similar words. So it's yeah. Yeah. Oh, but anyway, yeah. I hope that we're all enjoying the stream, and I went through a lot of fucking ridiculous positions, and yeah, I'm gonna turn it into a long form video, and it's gonna be great, and that should be coming out soon. I wasn't able to like. I'm kind of behind on the schedule right now because I obviously had 2 weeks where I had to do exams, but I'm on summer now. I am on the summer break now, so I have the next 4 months to like completely lock in on this, and I am gonna do that, by the way. I'm gonna completely fucking lock in over these next 4 months. I'm gonna make a shit ton of videos. Oh, this is the title guy in Faux Dragon. Wait, this guy's banned? Oh, okay. No, I was gonna say this guy was banned. Of course, this guy is also the guy who played. Dude, is there actually a thing like? Are there actually account deleting moves? This guy played black. Faux Dragon is the guy who played Knight D4, which is the legendary move here, and he's also banned. What? Is there really such a thing as an account deleting move? What? You playing views today? No, not really. I could do actually, but only if everyone wants me to do that. I love your videos, man. Thank you, there, LCarix. Let me know when you create the legendary move. 24 hours later, I will have one. Okay, man. Alright, man. Oh, whoops. Who has pinged me? Why have you done that? Okay, never mind. Also about... Wait, so I'm going to read the other things first, Tony. What happens if I made the move out of sheer incompetence? Well... Listen, there were rumours that there was such a thing as a red brilliant move. And do you know what the temperature and Darlin means? I mean, it will be the temperature something. The temperature goes down. Because isn't that... Okay. You'll know this. The Trader token, you'll know this. Is steigen? Does that mean to go up or to increase or something? Because I'm only saying that Darlin is the other one. If it's not steigen, then I'm going to say it's going down. That's the only thing I would be able to guess. Because I think steigen means to go up, but I don't even... How more type of moves, how longer the game move, I don't know. Also, about your earlier comment about Chess Arcade. I appreciate you gave us the out that we didn't know, but it's definitely our responsibility to know that what we're endorsing. So that's my bad. It's fine, Tony. It honestly is fine. It's just like, for me, like for someone that is in the know with this, or as someone that is in the know with this, it's just like, it annoys me to see it happening. Right, but like I said, yeah, like you guys would have no fucking clue whether it was vibe coded. Because how the fuck is someone like Croissant gonna know? Also, I don't know. I think Apex Chess also endorsed it, but I may be wrong about that. So, I think there were a couple people that endorsed it. Yeah, and it's like I think. I mean, it's in the right of the creator to decide whether or not they want to do it. Like, I find it annoying when programs like that, or things like products like that, are endorsed, because it is an active risk to the users. But I don't know. Like at the end of the day, I think it's at least a good thing that we can criticize each other regardless of being friends or whatever, right? Like, hey, but I'm going to make something like free chess game with you, same as yours. Does it worth it to make it? Like, does you have a good daily user? I mean, I do have good daily users, yes, but that's like 90% of it is the marketing and the distribution. Like, it's nothing to do, like, it's not so much about the product that you make at DJ. It really isn't. You have to be good at getting it out. The website couldn't handle his ideas. Yeah, steigen is increase. Okay. What is your weather thing now? I don't know, man. Circus in English is the circus act met spectac. Yes, I take it met is with, right? Like, I take it, but I wouldn't know for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so I apologize though for my fucking tirade on AI, but it really does annoy me. Like, it's not only Chesley. You know, there was the chess arcade. I know that the two niche is obviously like a very small creator in the grand scheme of things, but I just wanted to point it out because it is annoying to see other people, like especially people, especially like my friends and stuff endorsing it. Again, like I think it's immoral, but I don't think they're bad people for doing it because it's like, well, the fuck, do they know? But it's not only him. There are plenty of other fucking AI I mean, there were plenty of like free game reviews like that are also just completely vibe coded as well. They're just very obviously like not that they, you know, not that the developer said it, but it's just very obvious, right? There were plenty of them as well because game review is a very like. It used to be a very lucrative market, like in the sense that you could make anything and post a YouTube video and get a shit ton of views. Obviously, it doesn't work like that anymore, by the way. I think I wouldn't say it's fallen off, but like it's more difficult to do that now because there are so many, and then obviously the competition goes up, and it's just a natural way of business, right? But like back in the day, it used to be super easy to make one of those. So there's plenty of vibe coded ones for people who think they can skip the effort. And that really annoys me as well because it's like the game review area is sort of, I guess you would say, close to my heart, right? Because it's like that's kind of where I live and where I started. So it sucks, but it happens. And I've just seen the goat of UK chess encoding stream. Beautiful. Well, welcome to the stream, Gudra. How you doing? What's my rating? My rating is about 2100. Wintercat will post tons of videos in the summer. Yeah, yeah. I was meant to do a lot in the winter actually, like over the Christmas, um, but I wasn't able to because I spent 3 months working on pretty much just the coach. Um, but I mean, well, the coach came with a lot of baggage though, because I also coded a lot of other things. Like, for any of you that aren't, I know I'm kind of flexing with this to be honest, but I am genuinely very proud of this. For the last like 3-4 months, I've worked on this here Winter Chess lib, which is a TypeScript library, like an npm library that you can download that does all of the game review stuff. The classification's all here. If you want to interact with chess engines, that's all there. The coach is in this library, a bunch of utils and types and whatnot, and that's all here. And I find these to be very, high quality chess tools that are completely open source for everyone. So I've been working on this a lot, but yeah, if you were gonna make your own game review, then you can use this to have like more or less the same algorithm that Winter Chess has. Although I need to actually put this onto Winter Chess because I haven't yet, and there's a lot of updates that I've already made to this. Like for example, the miss, like the missed win that you have on chess.com, that's in this, but I haven't put it onto actual Winter Chess yet. And yeah, but I just just want to promote this. When Bo spawns in the Netherlands, he at least understands the weather forecast. I've been to the Netherlands. I've been to the Netherlands a couple of times actually. It's a very nice place. It is a very nice place. I don't understand anything that I'm reading, because I haven't been since before I started learning any German, so I wouldn't have known anyway. But oh, my fucking internet, bro, I tell you. Hi guys, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Hello. Ah, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I think my internet's fucking dying. I don't know why. That's so annoying. I hate it when it does that. I can't really do anything about it though. Sorry guys, I'm waiting for, I'm gonna read the chat in just a second. The minute that the YouTube thing actually starts going through properly. Is everyone like, hold on. Is my stream okay? Is everyone surviving right now? Can I like am I cutting out or what's going on? Because I think my YouTube studio is telling me that everything's just passed away. But I'm under the impression that it's okay. I'm not sure. Let me close a few tabs. Maybe that's something to open. I don't know. Guys, is the stream running okay? Are we all alive? Okay, I think it's okay now. Stream's back. Okay, based. Okay, yeah, sorry, I apologize. I don't know. To be clear, I'm currently running my stream on mobile data. So I run all my streams on mobile data because I don't actually have proper Wi-Fi where I live. Thought it was my cellular. Tony, I might as well be streaming on cellular. I genuinely might as well be. Okay. It seems to be okay now. I don't know. I think you can also like turn down the bitrate and stuff, but I'm not. Okay, never mind. We're okay now. Alright, beautiful. So I will read these now. Matt, you are exactly what I thought an intellectual would be when I was 10. Tough name. Thank you. Post YouTube videos about his stuff, good at chess and coding. Well, I think there was a meme actually. I think there was a meme where it was like the best was, I don't even know what it was called. It's like it was like a meme was like the best hobbies or like the craziest hobbies or something. It's like math and coding and chess and shit was all up there. I don't know. Maybe someone remembers the meme. Even if it's a vibe code. Oh, fucking Wi-Fi's fucked again. Dude, I don't know. Potato really is putting the work. I know. I don't have like proper Wi-Fi where I am because I'm in like a shitty ass flat. Like actually, it technically does have Wi-Fi, but it's just really bad. It's really really bad Wi-Fi. Dude, like it's not even on like 90% of the time. Like it sometimes just goes off for 10 minutes at a time for just no reason at all. Just because it like you can get a rise out of the tenants by doing that. That's the only reason. Even if it's a vibe code, but it's work better for move classification and eval, is there a problem with vibe code? Yes. What is the main problem with vibe code? One, it's shit code, right? It makes it extremely difficult to add anything. Like it makes it extremely difficult to maintain a very large project with vibe coding. Because vibe code is shit, it breaks down. And you may not realize that it's shit, right? But the more you add, right, then let's say 2%, right, of vibe code is shit, right? Here's the thing. Let's assume that 2% of vibe code is shit. If you keep adding to it, right, say you have a massive project with 100,000 lines of code, which is very easy to get with vibe coding, by the way, because for some reason AIs like to write a shit ton of code for no reason. 2% of that is 2,000 lines of code that are killing your program, right? And that 2,000 adds up very, very quickly, right? And the problem is the issues within that 2,000 lines of code is going to be the thing that destroys or leaks thousands of people's login credentials. It isn't worth it, DJ. I'm telling you now, it isn't worth it. You don't learn anything, you don't achieve anything. All you do is post out slop, and your website will get hacked at some point. I promise you, because there are people on Twitter that exist solely to go after people like who do that. Right? It isn't worth it. Just like, please take. I sound like I'm begging you, but please take it from me, someone with a certain amount of years of experience in programming. Please take it from me that it isn't worth it. Where have you been in the Netherlands? I'm not going to say exactly because like there's some people like some of my family live over there, so I won't say exactly. But I've been around. I've been around. I was in. I was like in Amsterdam, but not for very long. I don't think. I think the Netherlands is pretty boring. Well, I go for family. I don't really go for like tourism or anything. So I know I'm like years back on the chat, but like there were some that I was meant to read, and I feel bad for not reading them. In other words, in regards to vibe coding, back in my day we typed our code by hand and we checked our syntax. Kids these days just use AI to make a slop of code. Yeah. Man, I remember when chess, math, and coding was nerd stuff you got bullied for. Now it's just a hobby that always come in top 10 most attractive hobbies to females. Is that true? Yeah, I think Kirby's got a point here. Like, is it really? Is it? Because isn't there like also the stereotype that coding is like you sit in your room and you have like shit posture and you like, I don't know. I feel like there's a stereotype that coding is like a sad thing to do because you just have I don't know, you just sit in your fucking office all day. I feel like that's the thing, is it not? Well, none of us knew. Yeah, I don't know. I certainly didn't know that, but that's very reassuring. I think we would all like to believe that is true. I saw a video yesterday, I swear. I hope so. I remember when I visited Wilson, I had to stop him from talking about coding, math, and chess, or the women would overrun him. True, true, Snook. Yeah, so true. See, Tony, like, see, we met up, guys, so he knows that truly what happened. Don't ask why I've seen those kinds of videos. I think you brought that question upon yourself. Yeah, so true, Tony. I don't know. I thought it was always a stereotypical thing that like I mean I don't know. I never saw that the nerd stereotype ever changed that much, right? I always thought it stayed the same of like if you do math and coding and I don't know. Maybe. I feel like okay, but coding and math, like I feel like I would say like if you wanna you for lack of a better term, I would say it's like a very like sigma male shit, like isn't it? It's a very fucking like alpha male thing to it's very based. It's very based to do maths and coding. But I'm not sure about the attractive females. To be fair, Levy literally covered it before. He shows the attractive openings. Is that really a thing? God damn. I was too busy first trying a threaded program. Just ignore the multiple hours it took me to code a quicksort algorithm and see. But I don't even know how quicksort works conceptually. So you're well ahead of me. I know that quicksort exists, and that's it. What if it was nerd propaganda then? So true. It might have been nerd propaganda. Holy shit. We might just all be played. It's not totally vibe code, just tanking 2 with Vide code. I thought it might speed up, but I will keep this in mind when I will create the logic and database. Bro, I promise you, never vibe code. A database is one of the worst things to vibe code. Like, a DJ, all I'm gonna say, bro, you better know what it's writing. Like, if you're vibe coding something, you better know, like, what the stuff that it's writing means. Because if you do that with a database, I'm telling you now that all that shit will be leaked on Twitter within 24 hours. I'm telling you now, your entire database will just be fucking dumped to a twit longer. Just like, please be wary of that. And I don't understand, by the way, like, I'm literally telling you how bad of an idea it is, and you're trying to justify it to me by saying, oh no, it's okay, not all of it will be. I'm telling that my whole point was that even if not all of it is, like, is bad, it will still kill you. I'm telling you that the 2% will kill you, and you're saying, oh, it's okay because only 2% is bad. Just please take it. I don't. Why is vibe coding like? Why does it have to be vibe coding? Genuinely, I'm curious, Adia. Why does it have to be vibe coding? Like, and by the way, like, not knowing enough programming is not an excuse. Like, that's not an answer to this question. Well, I mean, Levy takes an opening of someone's "this is attractive to women," then cuts to him rattling off some opening track. I don't know. What even openings would you say is actually more attractive to women? That is an interesting. I guess like, I guess you want to say like the romantic openings because you have like the romantic quote unquote era, don't you? I don't like King's Gambit. Would you say King's Gambit is romantic? But Wilson, if 2% of my body is cyanide, you know what I mean? Okay, do we see the argument I'm trying to make here? Like, you're still gonna die, man. You're still gonna die. Quicksort is easy, just do a lot of pivoting and implement a bit of recursive logic. Yeah, man. Who needs women? All I need a Boolean algebra and switch statements. So true. Why is it called vibe coding? Love vibes. Yeah, but the vibes is what powers the entire process. I think. I think that's where it came from. I'm not actually sure where it came from. The first time I heard vibe coding was when I saw like a little like Twitter post, I think, where it was like, look at this 9-year-old vibe coding the next product. Bro, I didn't actually watch the video, I just saw the thumbnail, so I didn't realize that it was AI. I thought it was just like an actually like remotely intelligent 9-year-old that was like coding something. I was like, oh, this 9-year-old's coding a basic project. That's so cool. I didn't realize at the time because I didn't watch the video. I didn't realize that it was AI. But that was the first time technically that I saw the term vibe coding. I thought it was literally just coding with good vibes. I didn't realize immediately. Anyway, I'll show you a beautiful move. Now, once again, the stream is mostly just me talking to people, which is that's nice though. It is always nice to do that because then I don't actually have to do anything on the stream. I do math and coding with good posture, by the way. So based. The stereotype doesn't apply to me. And I said, well, it's a function of how good you are. So if you're better at coding, the posture will be worse. Like it's like it's coding skill inverse posture quality. That's the algorithm. On a side note, real question, what do you think about learning proper posture and doing it? I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I don't dabble in it. I'm sure it is an important thing. I don't put any effort towards it. Vibe streaming? Yeah, it actually is. Look, I can vibe and code at the same time without using AI. Just put on Nonagon Infinity and so now I've never heard of that, but okay, we'll take your word for it. Works especially well during documentation. Nice. Why vibe code when you can code and vibe? Yeah, true. And I miss the universe in which we did that. When you would be like at least slightly excited to code because it's like, okay, let's put on the fucking, you know, like the lo-fi 24/7 beats to chill / study to live stream. Like when you would be able to put that on and it's like, oh, it's 10 o'clock, it's 10 p.m. It's like, okay, it's time to do some late night coding and making my next big product. I miss when more people would actually have that as a fun thing for themselves. But AI is killing all of that, which it really sucks. Because like, as much as as much as I am just a programmer, I also like I do genuinely cherish the process. Like I cherish that we can make. I cherish the handwritten part of code. Like I want more people to do that. Like even if it's doable, like see there are certain things that are doable with AI that are like very just moral to do with AI because otherwise it's super annoying, right? But I think there are a lot more things that we should be doing with our hands. Okay, that sounds really bad. There are things that we should be doing, like handwritten. Do you have Insta to contact? I do have an Instagram, but I'm probably not going to reply to you. Explains why I get so many girls and code so bad because it's a posture problem. True. So true. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I actually, you reminded me of that. I was gonna pull up my Instagram. Um, I wonder if it's gonna find it from just that. But dead serious. Do I need to put that? Aha. Okay. Never mind. Hold on. Let me pull up my Instagram on here. Um, I'm excited to code. I just rarely have an excuse outside of school. I really wish I had a new project. Yeah, man. That's but if you want to get genuinely good at coding, you have to do that. You have to code things outside of school. Majority of your YouTube being about chess and then not being logged in on Chess or chess is crazy work. But I don't have a chess.com account. I do have a Chess account, but the reason I'm not logged in is because I'm on incognito, which I do when I stream because I have like a bunch of things that would show. Like if I wasn't on incognito and I started typing, then a bunch of things like really personal to me would show up, and it would show like where I am and stuff like that, and things about friends and such, which I don't want to put on the stream, right? So I use incognito, so I'm not logged into anything. I don't have a chess account though. Wintercat, could you add arrows that show the best move when I play move? You can add. Well, I can show you how to turn this on. It's a setting. Add arrows to show the best moves when I play a move. Here. Go into the settings and turn on the suggestion arrows for either the continuation or the alternative. You're welcome. I usually use it for other purposes. I'm sure you do, man. He doesn't want to show all these bookmark pages on my videos and Insta posts. Well, actually, Tony, funny you say that. I was like pretty much like because originally Tony, the only reason I had like back in the Dimitri Latursky days of my Instagram account, I only had the account open so that I could look at your one post because it wouldn't let me look at your Cambridge post without having an account. So and because like that always your post always came up my autocomplete. So for the longest time, the only way I got to Instagram was by first going to your post and then navigating to my profile. Anyway, here's my account. If any girl DM you, then only might reply. But yeah, 100%. Why would I reply to some random fucking... It depends on... Okay. I don't even know why I'm explaining this. It's so simple. Like, if you message me, you better have something relatively, like, respectable to talk about. Otherwise, I'm not going to respond to you. Like, if you message me and you're like, hello, I'm fucking... It's just like, I've dealt with so many fucking stupid emails. Good thing you made an account. You saw my posts increase by 100%. Nice. Yeah, here's my Instagram, fellas. Tonight the music seems so loud, really. I'll turn it down a little bit. I thought it was quite quiet, but I mean, okay. Yeah, here's my Instagram, and I post the some of the positions that from the Brilliant search. So you can see here. Most equal positions I think I've ever seen. The knight is attacking the queen, but if the queen moves... Yeah, see, you can follow my Instagram. I'm gonna post it in the chat. Can't I just say hi? You can say hi in my Discord server. You can't say hi in my DMs because they're closed. And if you send me a friend request, I'm going to instantly decline it because I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are, and there's no reason for me to... And well, I generally don't accept them anyway, but... I forgot Bo was live. Hello, Jack Blad. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. What are you doing right now? Just showing people my Instagram. But if you tune back the stream, Monster, we were looking at the most brilliant moves ever played in chess. I actually wrote a computer program to go through the entirety of the Elite Chess database and order them by how brilliant each move was. And we were looking at some ridiculously good moves. So if you're interested, Monster, you can have a look at that. I was gonna say there's music. There is music, but I turned it down because, like, he said it was too fucking loud. What are you talking about? I've had In This Shirt by the Irrepressibles slowed and reverb playing ever since we looked at that brilliant move. Ever since we looked at Knight 5. Probably the Frank Marshall game. I see that. That's what I thought at the beginning, Monster. You say it's funny you say that. Why do you say that? Well, like, guys, were we not just looking at that position earlier? I'm gonna show you. I can show you the top one. I'll leave the top one on screen for anyone that, you know, just comes into the stream line. Yeah, here's the brilliant move, knight to f5. So just for context, like, everything is hanging. The rook is hanging in two different ways. The queen is hanging, the other rook's hanging, and you just play knight to f5. Hanging the knight in three ways, the rook in two additional ways, hanging this rook and the queen. So this was the one at the top of the list, to be clear. I'm surprised Wintercat at Deer Fox doesn't use Firefox because Brave is better. It just is. And there's also Brave mobile app, which does like great things in itself. Like the Brave mobile app, if you go to YouTube on the Brave mobile app, you can close the app and leave it playing in the background. Which I know you can do. Like if you wanted to do that with YouTube Music, you'd have to pay. And obviously Spotify's full of ads, right? So not only do you get ad block on mobile, but you also get the background play. So just I don't see any reason you wouldn't use Brave, but it's just better. It's just objective. It's like Steam. It's like Steam and other game stores. Like Brave is just objectively better than the other ones. That's why I use it. Hello, small man. How you doing? It's nice to have you back. Do you have a favorite chess game? What do you mean, do I have a favourite? My favourite... Oh, you mean... Bro. I thought you meant, like, chess variant. I was like, bro, what are you talking about? I like the game of chess. No, I don't think I have a favourite game. I mean, I don't really... I don't know. Well, actually... I wouldn't say it's my favourite, necessarily. But I guess it's the most memorable one for me. It was a Chess 960 game that I found through my old craziest game in chess video. And I'm gonna have to pull this up, by the way, to show it to you. It is a ridiculous game. Very, very ridiculous game. It was here. And yeah, it was an engine game in 960 between Komodo Dragon and whatever engine this is, and it was fucking crazy. I mean, this was apparently the craziest game that has ever been played. According to my old program, at least. I just started an Instagram to see Winter Cat Nice, but I kept scrolling and I'm seeing conspiracy theories. Yeah. And see, that's the thing, that's how they get you, man. They keep you scrolling. Have a good bit of 960. Nice. Yes, it was a game between two engines in 960. And a couple years, well, I say a couple years, but about a year and a half ago, I programmed something to find the craziest game out of a massive data set of games. And obviously that, you know, there's a certain metric that I used, quite a complex metric, right? But anyway, it found this, right? So, I mean, I go through it on the video if you want to see, but like white randomly plays h4, black plays h5, randomly giving up the pawn instantly. Because after you take, you have rook here. And when the knight moves, you can take the pawn. But white plays the first brilliant move, and there's plenty of brilliance, by the way. The first one is queen to b1. Because if you take the knight, then the queen can come up here and fork the knight and the rook. So instead, moves the knight back. And if we go a couple moves ahead, queen here, king here, and then b4, sacrificing the pawn for no reason, because rook b1, right? Castles, queen here, and then randomly rook takes b6. Yeah, because if you take, then bishop takes b6, and now you're trying to get the king away from the queen. So the king moves, takes, and then the third sacrifice, knight takes, because if you take the knight, then the rook comes here and you win the queen. So the king goes here, queen check, f4, sacrifice the knight again for no reason, queen moves, sacrifice the knight again for no reason. He finally takes. You would think just take here and attack the queen with it like a discovered attack. Apparently that's not the best move. You attack the rook first, queen goes here to defend, knight f5, and apparently the top move here is here. Just sacrificing the rook. For no reason. Rook d1 played, not taking the rook. Queen here, sacrifice the rook. Yep. Sacrifice the rook, but obviously if you take the rook with the bishop, the knight here is a fork. So obviously the top computer move is to take the rook anyway. Yep. Allow the fork, because apparently it's fine, and then f5. Right, and now of course you're trying to promote the pawns, right? You can't take this, by the way, because it's a fork. So c5, and now black's coming down with their own promotion. Bishop goes back to try and defend. f6 with a discovered check. So I'm going to read your things, Kirby, in just a second. Queen takes, bishop back, king up, queen g6. Right, and it's like, okay, white is going to try and promote, right? Because white has two pass pawns. Now, black goes here, attacking the a2 pawn, right? g4, you know, obviously trying to get a promotion. Right, knight goes here, attacking the bishop, g5. g5. Okay, sacrificing the bishop, it is taken, but g6. And how do you stop this? White has a queen and a dream, and black has like the entire army left. Knight e2 check, king g2, and then c3. Now the queen actually has to come back to defend this now, right? Rook goes here, sacrificing the knight, because apparently after rook here it's kind of difficult to stop the promotion, right? So promotes to a queen, right? Obviously sacrificing this, but I mean obviously if you take the queen, right, then you can play queen takes c4, and now the pawn is stopped. So c2, allowing the second queen to survive on the board, right? And white plays the move queen d8, instantly sacrificing the queen. Because if you take, again, you can take here, and the pawn is stopped. So king a7, queen a5, king goes up, right? And then queen d3, allowing, by the way, the promotion. But I remember if you promote here, white takes the bishop, and then it's it's over. Black can't escape the checkmate after that. So, rook back protecting the bishop, and then just g7. And there's going to be... Queen comes on the board. Queen... I don't even know how to explain queen d5. King goes here, third queen. And he leaves the third queen. So there's now 4 queens on this board. All the same game, mind you. Right, rook here, queen takes, check, and I think it's pretty much over for black at this point, but black's trying to give extra checks. Sacrifice the queen just one last time, because why not? Because after you take, you promote to another queen. With the fork on the rook. So you get the rook, and now, yeah, queen f4, and now it's pinned. And, you know, you have to trade down, and it's not winnable. It's not winnable at this point, right? And then, you know, he takes the rook and he wins the game. And I just realised we also have In This Shirt playing as I've been explaining this. That's beautiful. Yeah, that was the craziest game, at least according to my program, which I wrote about a year and a half ago. So maybe there's more now. We don't know. So I'm now going to read what you were saying, Kirby. I might just try Brave during the summer. Nice. I want to try and improve myself this summer. I'm trying a new web browser. Sounds like a good step forward. Especially if Brave is as good as you say. It's kind of like the... what's it called? It's like the New Year's problem. It's like where everyone thinks, well, I'll change myself completely because it's a new year and it feels fresh. When in reality, nothing actually changes. But like it just feels, it's like I don't know what it's called. It's like the milestone thing, or like the milestone fetish or something, where it's like we all want it to be a milestone, as if that's actually going to make us do anything. But yeah, Brave is very good, Kirby. I would definitely try it. I don't know what you use now, but it's 100% better than Chrome. Like I see a lot of people using Chrome, and I just feel bad. I've never used any social media outside of YouTube. I mean, fair play. Even the YouTube addiction is awakening into a more controlled enjoyment. Yeah, it does feel pretty good because it makes your day longer. It genuinely does, because people who watch YouTube and like, you know, scroll Instagram and what have you, like I think those people almost like you watch it so much and you become so used to it that you factor it into the baseline of how many hours you have in a day, and so you're like, okay, I have this amount of time in a day because I know that some of it has to go towards Instagram. And so your days genuinely get shorter. But if you can fight that, then you will genuinely feel like you have more time. Yeah, it's an unreal game, isn't it, Gudra? Absolutely unreal game. I can put it in the chat if you want, but yeah, I don't know. Dude, some people in the comments of my craziest game video were complaining about the fact that it was 960. They were like, why is it 960? This isn't chess. That wasn't chess, it was Fisher Random. Bro. Shut the fuck up. I don't know, I found it so annoying that people were commenting that shit. What the fuck do you mean it's not chess? It's actually the fucking meme, like, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Yeah, it's a ridiculous game though. Honestly, my recent mantra has been 2 steps forward and 1 step back is still a step forward. So based. I feel like I've been more focused on a gradual positive change following the big one. Yeah, 100%. 100% unfathomably based, Kirby. Honestly, I need to start doing that as well. Fuck me. I need to stop watching like as much YouTube as I have been, really. That would be very... And also because like now that I've got an Instagram, so I've been using Instagram to promote my stuff. I don't go on it very often, but when I do, it's difficult not to see the homepage. And as soon as you see the homepage, it's over, right? So I need to also fix that. And also just like my sleep schedule in general, I need to get a little bit better there, I guess. And yeah, just I don't know. I kind of want to take out like reading or something because it's just, not because I particularly enjoy reading, but it's just something to do that doesn't require a screen. I think I would want to try and get into the habit of doing something that doesn't require a screen because that would be very nice. Because like when I'm in my room, I can't even think about anything. Like I can't even think of anything that I would do in my room beside that isn't something on the computer, right? Like I'm always doing work on the computer when I'm in here. I'm more of a 2 steps back, 3 steps diagonal kind of guy. True. What's your elo? My elo is about 2100. Well, I think it's 2089. I think I kind of fell off, but I used to be well over 2100. How does that even work? How does what even work? My current life is depending on the home that tomorrow I wake up showing determination and discipline. I've never once shown in my life. Hey man, it's well. See, that's the thing. That's what Kirby was just talking about. It's got to be small steps. You know, you can never do it in one big step. Which is the reason why, like for example, New Year's resolutions and shit fail. It's the same reason, because everyone thinks it's like, oh, because it's a milestone, then I'll be able to become a completely different person tomorrow, because it's a new year. It never works. It has to be small steps. The only thing that you can do is start now. How did you get so good and how much time did you spend trying to get better? How did I get so good at chess? I wouldn't say I'm good at chess. I would say I'm okay. But just playing games. But I think I have a very unorthodox sort of training. Because my training is literally just playing. Like, I used to study openings, you know, watch videos and stuff like that. I used to do that maybe 2 years ago. Since then, I haven't done it. It's 100% just playing games since then. Like, ever since maybe I was 1800, it's basically just playing games. But the thing is, I don't take it very seriously. I don't improve to improve. I just improve because I like playing, and I just improve randomly, right? Because I've been playing. I'm not competitive in that sense. Kirby mindset is Chad. I know, so true. I mean, it might just be the manic phase talking, but I've been feeling really good recently, eh, man? That's always good. Did I tilted bullet and drop 200 elo within the last 8? Well, remember that bullet is the brain rot of chess, right? Like, yeah, I promise you won't get much out of bullet. I love the suspense. Also, shut your bitch ass up about it. I'm not good at chess. Alright, man. I appreciate it. But yeah, I just what the music is. Hold up. The music is in this shirt by the Irrepressibles. But I've got like a slowed and reverb version on, I guess. And also, well, primarily because I'm hoping that the slowed and reverb version is more difficult to detect for copyright. So I might be able to get away with it with this stream. Is learning a new language even worth it? Programming or like actual language? I mean, the actual language is 100% worth it, depending on what you need it for. I mean, if you need it for like, if you move in country and you need a new language to survive, then it's obviously worth it. Otherwise, what the fuck are you gonna do? I mean, some countries, I think, just like if you try to immigrate there and then they like you don't make an attempt to speak the language, I think a lot of them just kick you out. Because it's like, how do you need to be able to communicate with the other people, right? So it's 100% worth it, depending on where you go in or what your plan is. I didn't see the video actually. Can you put it up again? You mean this? Oh, the music. The music is this. What's it called? In This Shirt by the Oppressibles. Very good song, by the way. Very, very good. I'd love to learn Icelandic one day. Didn't you say something about you might go to Iceland for whatever reason, or like I didn't see. Oh, is learning Coptic Latin worth it? I don't even know what the fuck that is, man. I'll be 100% honest with you. I tried to visit Wilson in the UK, but they kicked me out for saying bottle of water wrong. So true. So fucking true, man. They can tell. They can tell you aren't one of us, don't they? I can smell it. Yeah, it's bottled water. Of course. Dude, the UK's so fucked right now. It's almost kind of funny how fucked it is. Well, okay, most countries obviously have something fucked when it comes to the government, right? But like, I don't know. The UK is a very funny fucked country. I may not be going to Iceland for the summer. Nice, Kirby. Nice, man. I hope you have fun. I'll take some pictures of the volcanoes and shit. Yeah. We had fun though, didn't we, Tony? We did have fun. But I think next time you come back, Tony, I ought to because there's plenty of things that we weren't able to do in 2 days that I really wished we could have done that are like, mega British things. Like I really want to do. I ought to have taken you to a pub, have like a bunch of beer and fucking fish and chips. That would have been fucking beautiful. And I don't know, something like that. That'd be, very British to have a like full English breakfast, something fucking stupid like that. Yeah, there's plenty of things. But yeah. So what's going on? Can you make the cat dancing 49% bigger? Nah. I actually got. Well, I could, but I'm not going to. If that's okay, because I don't know. I sometimes I think like in case I want to use stream footage for a video, I don't want to have like a massive fucking cat in the corner that I can't get rid of. I mean, the whole world is pretty fucked. Yeah, true. Be efficient shit. It's been in a nutshell. So true. Yeah, I'll put them in the Discord when I get back. Nice. I remember to take pictures. Are you going by yourself, Kirby? Or are you going with like your family or? Yes, but I've gained an appreciation for alcohol. I know you have, Tony. I know you have. I tell you, we ought to have a call sometime, Tony, and we can, you know, play some games or something, have a bit of alcohol again. I tell you, I've always got alcohol. I've got a drawer that you're hearing me open right now. I've always got alcohol in it. I've got here. What's this? I've still got that brandy. You know that 38% brandy I was talking about last time, Tony? When we called and played Minecraft, I've still got a tiny bit of that left. I've got that there. I've got 3 bottles of gin here. I think it's 41.3% gin. I've got 3 different flavours of gin here. I've got a wine bottle here actually as well. But this is empty. I just haven't been bothered to bin it. I just drank the whole bottle and then I didn't bin it. It's just in here. But I've always got alcohol. And I've got a big bottle of lemonade as well, which goes with it if you don't want to drink it straight. Why so you say UK's fucked? Because it is. The UK is like, at least currently, like the UK is a very like declining country. Like it's everything in the UK is basically going to shit at the moment. Often, in some ways, London is fancy rocks, big clocks, and an overpriced Ferris wheel. Okay, yeah. I mean, I suppose you haven't been to London. I'm going with my dad and then my brother. Nice. Is alcohol maxing the strat for coding? You know what? It can be. It actually can be. But like, there's a certain amount of alcohol that makes it okay. And then obviously you have too much, it's not good for coding. But I feel like there's a certain amount of alcohol that can actually help. So I might just be like instilling ideas into your head. Controversial question, but is immigration the issue? I think there were plenty of issues in the UK, obviously. Immigration, I would say, is probably one such issue. Because obviously, like, I don't know how to like put it best. Like, there were plenty of issues, but like the UK has, I think, in particular, a problem with immigration because for some reason we're just like allowing a bunch of like actual fucking idiots, right, to and criminals, right, to like immigrate to the UK, which we shouldn't be doing, right? We obviously shouldn't. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. Like, we obviously shouldn't be allowing criminals to immigrate, right? But for some reason, the government is allowing that to happen for whatever reason. I don't know. And obviously, like there's problems with like the police force as well, and like stuff like that, where it's like the police aren't really dealing with these people for some reason, and it's like, well, instead of like we have like a shit ton of like, and I'm gonna say words that sound very bad, right? So for anyone that doesn't want to hear this, then you can leave, right? But there's plenty of like like rapists and shit that we're importing for some reason, and it's like the police obviously aren't doing enough about that, right, in the UK at the moment, and instead they're going on Twitter basically and finding people who say things that they don't like and arresting them instead, right? Now, some of those people on Twitter are saying things that I genuinely think should have them arrested. Right? Because there's obviously some things that aren't covered by free speech. But in a country where there also is a rapist problem, you should definitely go after the rapists before those people on Twitter. Like, both of them should be arrested. But like, if you don't have enough resources to go after both of them, go after the rapists. I just wait, sorry. No, I have. It's all down the road from me. Are you? I've just seen it all so many times. Are you like you live in the UK? Good. Are you British or? I've always had a big appreciation for the making and flavour of alcoholic beverages, but the intoxicating effects are a major turn off. Yeah, I also don't really care about the intoxication. I just like the taste. Like, I really like brandy. I actually like the taste of beer. Obviously, it's an acquired taste, but I do like the taste of beer, and I really like the taste of wine. Obviously the alcohol makes it like it's almost tastes spicy, right? When there's a lot of alcohol, which I don't really mind. But I don't necessarily like drinking like a 40% spirit just straight because then it's kind of just you only taste the spice at that point. So I usually mix a spirit with lemonade or something, so I can create a concoction of such. Doctors and engineers, bro. What do you mean? Is it the certain cultures doing these things? I don't care about what culture. I mean, obviously, like, let's be real here. There were certain cultures that are worse than others, right? But, like, I don't really care about the cultures. If you come here and, like, it's not about that. It's about if you come here and commit crimes, then you should be sent back, right? Like, it's not. I feel that that's an obvious thing, right? I don't. It's not about, like, it's not about where in particular you're from, right? It's more if you come here and you're a rapist or you're a fucking paedophile or whatever, like, you should just go back home, bro. Or you should, be put in jail or, face justice should be served, right, for those people. Like, obviously, right? But I don't know, I think there's also a lot of people arguing about, like, certain cultures that we're letting in that, like, aren't compatible with, the UK. Which I get that. Somehow neither. I don't even know what you said, Kirby. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I read what you said. What's your opinion on Brexit? I don't fucking care about. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough about Brexit to give you a proper opinion, Monster. I don't really care. It hasn't necessarily changed too much for me. I don't know. Yeah, I think I think the UK is a bit fucked right now. I just worry that the longer that we leave it in a fucked state, obviously the worse it will get, right? If we leave it longer, it will get worse, right? So the problem with that though is that if you allow it to get worse, like you need more extreme measures to fix it, right? Which I don't want. I really don't want to do that because the more extreme measures that are required, typically that will come in the form of like the stripping of freedoms, right? Like people will have their freedoms removed in order to fix something, which I don't want to happen. I really don't want that to happen, and I don't support doing that. But yeah, at the same time that I don't support it, I recognize that that probably will happen, right? If we allow the UK to become fucked enough to require that. Do you think citizenship should be given out lesser than now? If citizenship, you mean just like, coming over and living here, right? Then yes, I think it should be given to less people than it is now because we're giving it to, so many, like we're giving it to a very high amount of people right now. And a lot of those, well, I say a lot of those, some of those people are criminals, right? Or some of those people are people who try to like impose their own ideology or own belief onto the UK, right? In a way that is like obviously not compatible with the UK. Um, and so I think we are letting too many people in, right? And obviously there are other issues with doing that, right? It's not only like the culture thing, but yeah, I think we are. It's too many people. Do you think Poland is doing it right? I don't know what Poland is doing, honestly, man. That is an issue in this country. I don't think anybody cares enough about anything important. Yeah. Well, I mean, certainly not the government. You think Keir Starmer, like, I don't think Keir Starmer has much an interest in like developing or supporting our country. I genuinely don't think. I mean, Keir Starmer he has the world's like most flaccid penis that you ever see. I think Keir Starmer is genuinely like he will just do nothing for this country. But I mean, I don't think he was ever planning to do much for this country. I think he just saw an opportunity with like the Conservative Party like exploding, right? And fucking Conservative Party went crazy and went to shit. And then he was like, okay, I'm going to exploit this opportunity now to win like a landslide in the election. And now that he's in, he's like, well, great, I can fucking relax and do nothing because people didn't necessarily vote for me because they thought that I was good. They voted for me because they didn't want to vote for the Conservatives, right? So plenty, like I think most of the votes for Labour in that general election were just people who didn't like the Conservatives. They were like, I'm going to vote against the Conservatives rather than for the Labour Party. So he is in a position where he genuinely he doesn't have to do anything. And I think that's exactly what he's doing. He's just doing nothing. And living, by the way. He's surviving. He's surviving by doing nothing. I mean, obviously that's run out. I don't think that he has any chance of winning the next one. I don't know who will win the next one, but I don't think... If it will be Keir Starmer who wins the next one, I will actually, like... I don't think there's any chance. So I know we are just talking about politics right now, but, like... I don't know. It just randomly came up. You ever plan on moving out of this place? Probably not. I mean, if the UK obviously like genuinely really goes to shit, then probably. But I would like to, support my own country for as long as I can. But if it really does go to shit, then I'll get the fuck out here, man. But I think for now, we're living. We are surviving. Where's the others from the group word? I don't know what you mean. What country do you think is doing well comparatively? I don't know, man. I don't really look into too many other countries. I just sort of like look at like, every now and then what's happening in the UK because obviously that's my country, right? I don't know. I think weirdly like, I don't know. I think Japan's doing quite well. I don't know what do I know Japan. I don't know what problems that exist. Like obviously Japan will have some problems that exist now, but I think Japan's doing like generally pretty well. Because I think a lot there's also a lot of like parallels between how Japan and England work, like in terms of you drive on the left and you have like a constitutional monarchy and stuff like that. I think there are some like parallels, but I think Japan like does a lot of what we Japan does a lot of things that we would hope to have done in the UK, but have completely failed at. And I think there are plenty of things that Japan does right. Japan's, yeah, I know. I'm not saying Japan doesn't have any issues, right? But I'm saying a lot of the things that we should have gotten right in the UK, that we've completely fucked up, Japan is doing right. That's all I'm saying. David Attenborough turns 100 tomorrow? Holy shit, that's big. I thought that was later this month. Fun, man. Nice. I tell you, my fucking my grandma will be certainly all over that event. David Attenborough turning 100. But there just aren't very many good places to move to. Well, it just depends what you want. Moving countries isn't easy. I know. I feel like I've seen you before. Okay. Based. Yeah, I do think that Japan is well. I mean, I don't know what's going on in Japan, but I think there are certain systems in Japan that are better than the UK's by quite a lot. Also, I guess like I think maybe it's a controversial take. I think Singapore is doing weirdly well. I don't know again, I don't know what the hell's happening in Singapore nowadays, but like I mean they're obviously doing something right if you look at what fucking Singapore looks like, right? But I think Singapore is a good example of like it's possible to like strip certain freedoms from people while also like it's possible for like stripping certain freedoms from people to be the optimal play. Like I think Singapore is a good example of that. Because for example, in Singapore, I think like chewing gum is banned, right? But which is technically a stripping of a freedom. But I don't personally hate the policy because it's like it makes all the street shit. Like all the streets are shit in any place where chewing gum is allowed because it's all full of like there's all chewing gum all over the floor, right? So it's like I don't necessarily hate the idea. Singapore is just Orwellian. Well, I think it's a contract that necessarily you have with the state, right? If you're a person in Singapore, it's like we strip a bunch of freedoms for you, or like we have a lot of control over things as the state in order to ensure that things are going in a certain way. But you have like a good chance of getting like a relatively high paying job, right, and living like a stable life. So I think it's a contract of sorts that you would sign to live in Singapore, but I don't know. I don't hate some of the policies. I'll be honest. Like even some of the policies that are clear, like technically stripping of freedoms, where it's like, oh, you can't chew gum. I don't hate it. I don't hate the idea. I would rather be able to chew gum. But I'm just saying that I can understand, I can reason for you why it would be a good idea. Like, we're just all talking about politics now. We were talking about we went from chess brilliant moves to I guess coding for a bit to fucking UK to we're just talking about politics now. Yep. I gotta hang up the chessboard and I can become like a political commentator. Was there a pit? What happened in Singapore? I don't know. No, nothing happened in Singapore. I don't know. I'm just saying like I don't know the current situation in any of the countries I'm talking about. But what's your opinion on the Gulf states like Saudi Arabia and UAE? I mean, dude, I again like I don't know too much about the other countries. Like obviously in UAE and Saudi Arabia and stuff, there's certain like laws that prevent you from doing very like basic things, right? Which sucks, but like at the same time, like I'm not someone who can say you can't go to another country like Saudi Arabia. Like if you're like, someone who lives in the UK or like US, you can't just randomly go to Saudi Arabia and say everything's shit here. Like I hate the culture, it's not Western enough. I feel like there were some people on YouTube who do that, which I find really annoying. where it's just like some fucking white guy will go to like Saudi Arabia and then be like, everything sucks. Look at this culture. It's so shit. Like, why isn't it more like the US? Shut the fuck up. Why'd you go to Saudi Arabia then? And this works in the other way around too, right? Like, if you live in the US and you're like, oh, I would rather have Sharia law, well then, and then it's like, if you say like, oh, I'd rather have Sharia law, I'm going to go to Saudi Arabia to live in a place with Sharia law. Based. I'd say based. Go live in Saudi Arabia then. Right? Like, that's based. I respect people who do that, right? What's not respectful is coming to like the US and then trying to impose Sharia law in the US instead of just going to Saudi Arabia. Like, that I find a problem. Hey, so yeah, how do you feel about E45 93? Yeah, we should be talking about that, guys. Like, politics is nice, but like I think politics like has an inherent like it's inherently tiresome, I feel, to talk about in length. I get tired talking about it too much. Man, I miss the positive vibes, positive mindset. Wait, is there something that you disagree with, Kirby? Is that why you're saying that? Or mate, why I just want to have a good time? I don't know if you're responding to what I'm saying or responding to what Monster's saying. Best and worst immigrant group you encounter? Dude, I think like... I don't think that's a good question to ask. What's my comfort opening? I don't know. Actually, I quite like the Wayward Queen. I think I'm one of the few people that are left that actually enjoy the Wayward Queen. Like, even at a 2000 level, I sometimes play the Wayward. I find it to be very fun. No, I just don't like thinking about politics. Yeah, fair enough. Absolutely fair enough. There are plenty of people who just don't give a shit. I mean, to be fair, for the most part, I don't give a shit either. I just, read up on things every now and then because I think it's a good thing to at least know what's going in your country to a certain extent, right? Well, Monster, I'm not just gonna tell you like which which race or which country of origin that I dislike them. I'm not just gonna tell you like because it doesn't even make sense for me to like say that because I don't have a different opinion on like certain countries in particular. Like it doesn't matter to me. Like it's a for the immigration thing, it's a matter of if you come here, if you come to some other country, like you need to like actually do something for that country, right? Like if you join the team, you have to do something for the team, right? You can't just do nothing. He doesn't like D4 players. No, of course not. See, I actually played the best opening of the game, right? The Wayward Queen is actually the best opening. I love everybody, even if some make me personally uncomfortable. I appreciate them for who they are, and I don't hate people openly or do harm because of it. Well, I never do harm because of it. Well, I certainly don't love criminals. But that's the thing, though. Just to be clear, that's the only delineation that I'm making. I don't like criminals. I don't care about the country of origin. I don't care about the race. It doesn't matter. That should never matter, right? It's like you either, if you commit a crime, you should be punished. That's, I think, obvious, right? Would you rather be at move 25 to 45 and always get winning positions in time trouble? Or always have a 0-0 worst position with lots of time? You're probably the equal with lots of time, I think. Because I much prefer playing slow chess than the fast chess. I don't really enjoy like a blitz or bullet. I mean, I fucking hate bullet. I don't necessarily enjoy blitz. It's just too fast. I like the slower ones, but I can genuinely think about the move because that's what I enjoy about it. I enjoy the problem solving. I don't enjoy the shitting out of your intuition into a blitz game. I want to play a move that I genuinely think I've calculated. Like I've been playing classical games on League Chess since a while back. I closed at my chess.com, right? So I've been playing these on League Chess. So I'm not even signed in. Okay. Yeah, I like to be able to play like a 90-minute game and then spend 27 minutes on one move. I know some people hate that and find it too slow, but I quite like doing that. I like the slow solving of the problem. So it gets kind of plays in with programming really. It's the same thing. I think El Cavix was right. I think my mindset is based. I'm beginning to think it's not the manic phase. True, so based. If only had the time to play classical. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I usually play it like in the night or something, because then it's like, okay, I can at least. But yeah, it's kind of difficult to get time for it, because it's like it could be 3 hours in total, right? Especially if you have that like extra 40-minute rule. Like that can be crazy. Best religion in your opinion? Bro, I'm not gonna answer that question. What kind of question is best religion in your opinion? What do you mean best religion? I think you're just asking for like people in the chat to argue. That's all you're doing. I hate it, but I'll have to do some of those long games if I want my over the hob. I don't even know what that means. I've only heard over the board. Over the board to improve ever. Yeah, true. Yeah, I don't know. It's not for everyone. It can be too slow for people, but I don't want it to be fast. I want to be able to think about the move. Over the house chess is tough, both. So true. So true. I like to draw through lines really deep, but I always mix up lines in my calculation and compute. Yeah, that's a fucking skill in itself, man. Especially over the board, it's almost more difficult. Because the arrows, like, the ability to draw arrows actually makes it a lot easier. So it can be difficult over the board to calculate when you don't have arrows. Yeah, so true. Well, I apologize for that political talk. I feel like the monster guy's actually asking the same type of questions that fucking like Matan Evan would in like one of those interviews. It's like the first question of the interview would be, what do you think is the best and worst immigrant group? Has anyone seen Matan Evan? I feel like there's a lot of parallels. Yeah, fucking hell, how long have I been streaming? 3 hours. Matan is very funny though. He is very funny. He is very funny. I think he did one with Hans Niemann actually recently. I haven't watched that, but I've been meaning to watch that because he is hilarious. I only watched the Matan Evan Howie Mandel one. That was hilarious as well. The fucking like the bucket of raw sewage. That was very good. Yeah, it's similar questions that you're asking. Also, I'm not going to answer, by the way. I feel slightly dishonest question, but I don't know. Yeah, he's very funny. What was I going to talk about? Oh yeah, I probably should have. Wait, can it be true? Am I growing as a person? Like, I'll tell you I'll tell you one day that you grew as a person. You remember that stream that was like, oh, remember that stream that was like, I don't know, it was like 7 hours long. We all sat around a fucking camp place and like people were motivating you to like lock in on a video or something. That day you grew as a person. I feel like Monster's just pasting questions from like Quora or something. Sounds like that. Yeah, I'm gonna show you something that happened. Because we would, okay. I don't know if it's like even appropriate for me to bring this up, but I feel that it was kind of an interesting situation in the chess world, kind of a niche situation, but so for any of you that have seen this video, about how I coded my own chess coach. Right, so I uploaded this video about a month ago, and I just thought this was an interesting situation. So if I find there was a comment on this video, well, not even that. There was a few comments on this video. This is a rabbit hole, by the way. This goes quite deep. Let me just find it. So there was like people like trying to like promote their own product in the comments. And I just found that, okay, I might delete the comment actually. Fuck. Okay, let me try and find it. I'll find it. Don't worry. I think I commented on that one once. Yeah. Hey man, I love your website. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you find it useful, dude. I really am. Okay, I might just deleted it, to be honest. Yeah, so there was basically like when I uploaded this video, right? Like there was I think three different accounts that decided to comment. I remember that stream. You know, I've been posting videos enough. Nice, have you? I think it actually changed me as a person. Thanks for that. Of course, you're welcome, dude. I mean, again, I think the credit goes to all the other people in the chat that day, but true. Yeah, so there's people who commented on this video, right, and they were like trying to promote their own product. It was three different accounts that like commented on the video. And they were trying to promote this random product here. I'm gonna talk about it on stream, right? Because I find this to be kind of like it's stupid, but it's also a funny situation. So there was three comments from three different accounts all promoting this, and they promoted it in a way where they were saying like, oh, I also use this service here. It's actually also pretty good. It also does AI coach. And that was the guise under which they posted the comments. Now, if you go to the website, it's basically an AI coach, right? That's kind of like the shtick, right? Similar to how mine works. I don't think I'm actually going to be able to. Yeah, so it's that, right? So it was that AI coach, and that's kind of their product. And yeah, they commented on the video saying like, and okay, so I later found out that one of the guys who commented was the owner. So he was basically pretending to be a customer. He was pretending to be a customer of his own product in order to redirect people from my video to his product. So he was commenting like you can also use this service. I use this service every day, and you can use this. It's also an AI coach, right? So he was saying that while pretending to be one of his own customers, and I suppose he also got two other people who I think later found out were associates of his, right, to comment pretty much the same thing in order to market his own website in the comment section of my video, right? Which first of all I deleted. I deleted those comments. And I usually wouldn't delete comments, right? Because I don't like to delete comments that are simply critical of me, right? But I deleted those comments because they were made clearly in bad faith, right? Like they clearly no interest in the video itself. Like they're simply using this as leverage to get people away from my work and towards their product, right? Because let's be honest, they didn't watch the fucking video, right? They're just trying to promote the thing. So I deleted the comments, right? And it's this product that that isn't open source and that you have to pay for to use, right? To be clear about that, right? So I was like, okay. I deleted the comments. I was like, okay, it's fine. And then I found on Reddit that later on, chess.com had blocked them from accessing the chess.com API. And I was like, this is kind of funny. Why has this happened? I deleted. Okay, I didn't even see that it was deleted. But basically, they were using like according to chess.com, they were using a bunch of like copyrighted chess.com assets. And then chess.com like emailed them about it, and they ignored chess.com for 3 months. And the reason they did that apparently was because the email, like you couldn't find a contact email necessarily on the page. And so chess.com apparently had to go through the domain registrar to contact them. So apparently they ignored it for 3 months, and then they got API access removed because of that. And there's this whole fucking situation here, people yelling at each other about this situation. And look, the guy, the owner of here, right, is like commenting on. I think there was a comment also from chess.com support, like going over it, like basically claiming that they used a bunch of like copyrighted assets. Actually, I find slightly funny. I don't even know why this blew up on us last chess, to be honest, because it seems a relatively, I don't know, niche situation. But apparently that happened. I just found that funny because it was the same guys who was posting like bad faith marketing comments on my videos, and then it's like it's almost like they got hit with karma for doing that. I think they are on block now, but not after a row um on Reddit, and I think they were arguing on Twitter as well. I don't know, but I know that the owner actually mentions my website because he was saying like I think he was saying like, oh, you should remove the API access of Winterchess as well if you're going to do mine because we do the same thing. So fucking stupid. But anyway, that happened. I think you also mentioned Chess Kit, which is like another free game review. Yeah, I don't know. It was kind of a weird situation. A Chess Kit enjoyer, see. So I don't know. That was a mildly humorous situation. At least I thought. I just wanted to talk about that. Kirby going through all the phases of growth while we talk about chess, politics, and YouTube comments. So true. Well, I don't know. Goodrow, have you actually been in any of the other streams? Yeah, because Kirby said like, yeah, that's just kind of how the streams go. Like, because yeah, like we had some other really good streams as well. Because we often like we often just talk. Like I often don't really do anything on the stream really. Like obviously at the beginning we have a section where we're doing a lot because I'm showcasing whatever I did in the last week. Which is also a really fun part of the stream actually because we get to go over the brilliant moves or you know whatever project I'm working. I usually have some weird like different project every week for some reason, and so people get to see that. And then after that, it's usually just a bunch of us talking to each other. Like I don't really do anything on the stream. I just leave it on some page so we can all talk. And the conversation part of it for me is what I like about it. I just like talking to other people. It's my first year streams. Nice. I've seen your videos but not dropped in a stream before. Hopefully you can come to... Well, I do it every Thursday. Good. Every Thursday around this time. Well, I started 3 hours ago. But, you know, around 3 hours ago time, every Thursday, I do stream. And we do more or less the same thing. We can, you know, have a conversation or I react to things. Yeah, or just, you know, react to chess news or things going on in the chess world or things that I want to show you guys. And we go through whatever I've been up to. Unless I'm like very close to finishing a video, in which case usually I just skip the stream for that week to finish it. But, yeah. Kirby finds so much like semantically in this, like what's it called? Is it called semantic value? Sentimental value. Yeah, Kirby finds so much sentimental value in these streams for whatever reason. I feel that it's so wholesome. Like I'm beginning to think these streams feel the role of both a friend meetup and a therapy session at the same time for me. And it's amazing. Thank you all so much, Lee. That's so nice. Thank you. Oh, even Tony, bruh. I'm at the mall. There's like, I'm here with the bud. Dude. I'm not even flexing when I say this, by the way, but I say this on like plenty of our streams. Like, I feel like we have a unique thing going on here with the streams. I do think that it's a very unique thing that we do. Because it's weird, like, it's like a non-stream. Like, it's not even a stream, right? It's a stream for the first part, and then it's not really a stream for the rest of it. And yet, it's still a stream. I don't know. I feel that it's a very unique sort of thing that we do. But I do wonder, like, I think people have pointed this out before. I wonder if that breaks apart as soon as you have more people watching. Because you have more people watching, it's not really possible to have a conversation with 200 people. But for the time being, I think we have a very nice, campfire stream going on. In fact, I've been playing this in this shirt for a while. Should we put on the deep ambient, fellas? The lost sounds, as it is called. Let me put this on. Yes, 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 yes. Well, actually, hold on. Let me pull this up here. The lost sounds. Holy shit! Look at the quality. Holy. Actually, I'll tell you what. I probably should have it on 144p. Is that I tell you, my internet it doesn't hold up very well, as we all know. Next stream title Kirby Therapy. True. Yeah, I mean I've hung out in stream chats before. Wait, let me turn this down. But I don't think I've ever. That's actually crazy. Okay, I'm gonna read your message. Actually, in a second. Yeah, I mean I've hung out in stream chats before, but I don't think I've ever opened up this much. There's just something about your streams that just works. Thank you, Kirby. Yeah, it's very unique though. I do think it's more like a one-sided voice call with messages. Pretty chill. Yeah. It's time. Hey, okay, I'm gonna read this now actually because I find it funny that you're randomly in the stream. But hey, I watched your stream since a long while and a fan of what you do. Thank you. Hate it that you have the wrong idea of me and Chesero. Regardless, maybe we can talk about this on DMs and someday. In what particular thing do I have the wrong idea of Chesero? What have I said about the Chesero platform that you disagree with? Opinion on Brazilian funk? You'd have to give me an example of a Brazilian funk song. I'm only familiar with like, isn't there like Brazilian funk? Is that different or is that the same thing? Because there's plenty of funk songs that I listen to. You know, when sometimes you need to boost your own aura. Like those funk songs. Okay, yeah, I know what you mean. Well, which ones are Brazilian? Isn't there like a what's that? Let me find out. Yeah, Passo Ben Solto. Is that Brazilian? Yes, it is. That one's pretty good. There's plenty of them with like Spanish or like Portuguese sounding names, but I wouldn't be able to distinguish which ones are Brazilian. Is it actually different? Opinion? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like it. I don't know. I'm mostly like pretty much all. I think all funk is pretty good, but it's like it's about you need. You know, it's a very specific mood that you need to be in to listen to it because it's a very loud type of music, right? It's a very loud. I don't know. Again, it's whenever you need your aura. When you need your aura back, that's when you would listen to Passo Ben Solto, or you would listen to. I write to you personally about it. Yeah, okay. Well, actually, if you go on like the Discord, do you have Discord? Actually, that would be the easiest thing because I feel like we're not going to get anywhere if you email me. You can just message me or on Discord. Like if you just add me as a friend, I'll add you back. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to consider whether or not I actually like want to bother resolving this, but okay. Since the AI coach you built wasn't hosted anywhere, I thought people could try the AI coach on Chessiro. Well, I'm curious if you actually got two other people to comment about Chessiro as well. I'm curious if you also got them to comment or not. But I think regardless of like what you were trying to do, I think it was made. I mean, I think it was made in bad faith. I do. I don't think you made that comment in good faith. And the reason I say that is because you clearly pretended to be a customer of your own product. Like, I don't think the disconnect is whether you were pretending to be a customer of your own product. I don't think that's where we have a disconnect. Like, you were clearly doing that, right? And you made a comment under that presupposition, right, that you were a customer when you weren't, right? And so you use that as leverage in order to get people to go to Chessiro, right? And whether you can say, like, I think that's just marketing, right? I don't think that you make that comment, like, in good faith of, like, you actually care about the video and that you want to, like, share extra work that would be, like, relevant or like I don't know how to call it, supplementary to the video in any way. I think you were just doing that for marketing. And so I deleted them because they were made in bad faith. Like I think they just were. I mean, I don't know. I 100% think they were made in bad faith. Otherwise, you wouldn't have pretended to be a customer of your own thing. Like, I respect your product, by the way. I respect what you're doing. My comment was aimed to market my own product, see? Right? And that is in bad faith. Right? I don't think it matters if you say I have built it, right? Like, it is still in bad faith to use my comment section on my work, right, in order to market your own product, because you're not doing it in any frame where you find your work to be supplementary to the video, right? You're using it because you know people who want to coach are going to be in that comment section. There's no framing in which you're doing this because you think that it's useful to the video or that you think it's useful to the people, like, here. Like, this is not about the video or the work. Like, yeah, exactly. Oh, Gudra. Exactly. Like, if you come to the video, right, you should at least, like, if you want to comment something, it should at least be, like, supplementary to the video, right? And so I think it's in bad faith. I don't really care. I think it's in bad faith. And I get, like, I'm not claiming, by the way, either that you're attempting to discredit me, right? It's not discrediting to me, right, that you're putting your own product in there. It's just in bad faith. It's just a bad faith thing to do, to market your own product using my comment section. Maybe making my own videos is the right way. 100%. 100% making your own videos is the right way, and I would gladly, watch those videos and support you in some way, right? But, like, to do on mine is not right. Now that we've reached the emotional part of the program, yes, the program, that makes it feel very real. That you call it the program as almost like a TV show. Mind if I share something? Yes, of course, man. Go ahead. I think the controversy is short-lived. I don't think there's much to talk about with the controversy. Yeah, but 100% make your own videos, actually, and that would be awesome. Like, promote your product all you want, just not in like, it's dishonest. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. It's dishonest to do it in the way that you did. That's why I deleted your comment. And I made this clear earlier. I don't delete comments because I find them critical of me. Right? And by the way, I don't find your comment critical of me anyway. Like, that's not the argument. But I delete comments that are made in bad faith. Sorry for the comment, man. It's okay, brother. It's okay. At the end, we resolve it all. And, even when I, talk about things. I never make any, arguments ad hominem. Like, it's all, I make arguments purely on logic. And if I say something stupid, it's because it's funny for the stream, right? It's never ad hominem, and it's never something against the person. It's always against the situation. That's okay, no worries at all. I'm happy to talk about this on the stream. It's 100% okay. In fact, it's probably better to talk about on the stream. So that everyone knows what's going on. But keep doing the good work. Thank you, brother. All's well that ends are 100%. Yeah, so you can go on, Kirby. I don't know what you were going to share, but you can go ahead. Now that we're in the deep ambient music portion of the stream, which somehow we always get to. I just wanted to say thank you so much for making a game with your website. It's so helpful. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you find it useful. And don't worry, casual competitor. It's gonna be some big updates over the summer. And not use someone else's hard work and views to get impressions. Yeah, that's the claim. That's the only argument that I'm making. Well, actually, that's the only argument that I'm trying to make here. It's nothing against you personally. But it's not your hard work, right? So take advantage of your own product rather than my thing. And also, the reason I say it's dishonest is because it's also I think it's a false equivalence, right? Like, because yours is an open source, right? You have a proprietary piece of software for which you charge people, to make a profit margin, right? Which, again, absolutely fine for you to do that, right? But it's a false equivalence to then post that as if it's a useful resource for people in my kind of video where it's a research, the code is completely open for everyone kind of thing. But sorry, we're actually, it's absolutely fine. Just if you need to say anything else, just DM me. It's fine, because at some point let's move on from this. Yeah, like they say, hate the sin, not the sin. Absolutely, 100%. I mean, I'm not religious, but 100%. Not sure if Kirby's still going to comment, although I'd for them to 100%. But Wilson, if you play tennis, we should do that next time I visit. I do not play tennis. However, I used to play a lot of badminton. If you know how to play badminton, we could do that, which is a tennis adjacent kind of thing. Also, I'm not sure if there's a tennis thing here, but I know there's a badminton thing. I do know that. So if you like to play badminton, but I'm very, very... I don't know, I have PTSD from tennis because I've been hit in the face several times with the tennis ball, and I had really bad nosebleeds. But I like badminton because the thing is very light, and so it's not really possible to die while playing badminton. Which is a bit of a pussy excuse, really. But sorry, I'm gonna read so if I weaken the emotional impact of what I'm about to say with that program bit, that's okay. It doesn't matter. What I'm going to say comes from my heart. This goes out to you, Winter, all the chatters I've met. Okay, this is going to feel fragmented because I'm going to have to read the other chats in between. I do coding too. Could you go over how you did it, what resources you used for both chess analysis and the website stuff? I've been trying to learn the correct way to do it. Casual competitor, best way to learn to code, just make things. Honestly, two things. One, just make things, right? Forget about fucking watching 12-hour courses, and forget about, do I have the right course, the right 12-hour video that I'm looking at? Fuck that. Okay, fuck all that. Just make things. Don't worry about that. Just make things that you want to make, right? And if you think, well, I'm not comfortable with this, what if I don't know how to make it? Just Google it until it works, brother. I promise you, just Google it until it works, right? Second thing, enjoy it. When you're doing it, enjoy it. You have no idea, man, how many people who want to learn to code don't actually want to learn to code, and they just say that they want to, but they don't actually enjoy the process of learning, because learning to code is a grueling thing. brother, you're going to be having your head banging against a wall at 2 o'clock in the morning, fixing something that you will later find out was very, very trivial. I know that I'm painting it almost in a bad light for you, but that's the point. Because if you genuinely have a passion for this, a passion means a willingness to suffer. If you are willing to suffer to get better at programming, then that's how you know that programming is genuinely something that you want to do. So make things and enjoy it. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. I noticed that not all of my games on chess.com show up on your game review site. Could that be a bug? If you just mean like very new games that you've played, it might just be that chess.com hasn't updated yet. It doesn't instantly. I've been thinking a lot about friendship and love recently. What is a real friend? How do I find love? Okay, but I know one thing for certain. I consider you all my friends. Based. I love all of you. Fucking beautiful. Thanks for helping me through my first year at college, and thanks for being such good listeners and talkers. Here's to another year, good chat. But that's fucking beautiful, man. I'm so glad though. I'm so glad, Kirby, that I've helped you in some way with the streams. I genuinely am. I know I've said this so many times, but you seem you seem to be the person who has been affected most by these streams, which like. It's funny because to some people the streams are like absolutely nothing. Like to me, I like the streams, but to me it's only like a small part of my life, right? But for it to be so big for someone else is, you know, it keeps me going. So I really thank you. Who Kirby said it? True. Coding requires problem solving skills and patience. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty advanced in multiple languages. Oh, I meant, what did you use to be able to make the website stuff? I'm very passionate about coding already. Oh, wait, do you mean like in websites generally, or like specifically the chess related thing? Like, do you mean you want to know how, like, the technical side of chess? Or do you want to just, like, you want to get into web development, but you come from other languages already? The customer or any libraries that assist you with chess stuff? Oh, there are, if you know where to look. But you gotta know where to look. But yeah, just to go back to what Amin Dev said, coding requires problem solving 100. I think a lot of people don't realize that coding requires a lot of problem solving. Like people don't realize that coding is more problem solving than just actually writing like code. Both chess and websites in general. Well, if you're already like proficient in other languages, then I don't think, because obviously you want to learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I think JavaScript will be very easy for you if you're already proficient in other languages, because it's like, you know, just it's the same shit, isn't it? And then I don't know, because the problem is with web development, there's so many different things to learn. There's so many different things and different, like the problem with web dev, like, is that there were so many different things that come out every day that it's difficult almost to keep up with the newest tool. And like every newest tool that comes out, there's always a group of people who say that's the best and that the other ones are shit. So it's impossible to choose something in web dev and not have at least 100 people think that you are like stupid. But it can be learned. I know it depends on how you like to learn. Casual competitor. I don't know. The chess technical stuff. I would say just make projects. With web dev, of course, if you completely know with it, you need to like, you know, read up on it a bit, right? Like read on HTML. But as soon as you have like an understanding of how to put HTML, CSS, and JS together, that's when you start making things. Just start making things and go from there. I promise you that generally speaking, you don't really need like any courses or theory past HTML, CSS, JS. Just start building after that, and I promise you'll be fine. With the chess stuff, again, just make projects, because you'll learn the chess stuff on the way as you make projects. And the reason I say that is because the chess stuff is too niche. Technical chess stuff is way too niche. Like, to just like, there's not going to be courses on technical chess. It's too niche. But if you do projects, you'll find random ass websites, random ass forums that will help you out. Although, to be fair, there is the chess programming wiki, but it's a bit fucking posh. Like, you better hope that you're quite good at maths if you want to read this, because it's a bit fucking posh here. But you can use the chess programming wiki. Should I just use Google Sites for web dev, or what would you recommend? It depends on what you want to do. If you just need like a page, a personal page, then 100% just do Google Sites, because you don't fucking need any like flexibility, right? If you need more complex websites, 100% you code them yourself. HTML, CSS, JS. If you need a server, you need to look into backend programming. So Express.js, Node.js, that kind of thing. Or, well, actually, with the backend, you can use any language you want, realistically. But you'd have to look into client server sort of relationship, right? But yeah, it depends what you want. If you need just like a website with information on it, Google Sites 100% fine, or whatever you want. Wix, Framer is, I think, a newer one. If you need a complex website that does complex things, like for example, the game analysis, then you need to code it yourself. Couldn't comment earlier because I was driving, fair play, but what a sweet message. Yeah, really sweet. Yeah, thank you, Kirby. I think that's the nicest comment I've ever received on any YouTube endeavor. Thanks, mate. Honestly, it felt really good to say all that. I've got a long way to go, but that I feel was a big step forward, man. It's nice because there's a lot of people, I think, Kirby, that are in your boat with your situation, because I think you said you're a student, right? I'm curious how your finals are going, because you said you were doing that last week, right? I'm curious how that's going. But yeah, you're in a similar boat, being in class, but then also wanting to do things on the side, right? And make videos and fucking get to the hustle, right? So I think you're in a similar boat. So I think there's a level of relatability that helps. Man, a web application requires you to be a full stack. Well, not necessarily. There are plenty of websites that aren't full. Well, I mean, okay, technically there's a server regardless, right? But there are plenty of websites where you can just make a front end and host it. All my finals are done. Paste. Our last one was 2 days ago. Yeah, nice. Fucking beautiful. I suppose you're on summer now, right? And now, you have plenty of time to chill out. Well, I say plenty of time to chill out. For me, it's great because you got plenty of time to lock in. I think we've got to lock in during the summer. Realistically, I tell you, more people got to be locking in during the summer. I think that's what summer has to be about. Summer's got to be about locking in. Unless you're a kid, right? If you're in summer, it's your best time to log in, your best time to change your life. That's what I got to do over this summer. I got to change my life. Ah. Otherwise, I got to go back next year. I don't know if I want to. My final was in a week. Yeah, I finished mine I finished mine at the end of April. I'm pretty sure I passed everything, which is great, but yeah, I'm not looking to get high grades necessarily. I'm just looking to pass, and I think I passed, so I'm quite happy with that. But I don't feel worried to get the grades back. Love summer, makes me stop feeling guilty about being an indoors person. Fucking beautiful. Yeah, I mean, if there's anyone who should be feeling guilty about that, it'd probably be me. Fuck me, mate. I don't go out unless it's like to get, food, because I'm inside working on the next video, working on the next project pretty much all the time, and I'll have to be doing that for most of this summer, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Sometimes you gotta lock in. You gotta, climb the mountain so you can slide down the other end. Yeah, my summer resolutions are try to be more social online. Okay. Try and make more things and try to consume a wider variety of entertainment. Even a small win in each of these would be nice. Nice. Yeah. I feel like try and be more social online is a slightly oxymoronic statement, but I respect it. I respect what you're saying in any case. Yeah. I made a push to do sports, and I sometimes take slightly longer walks home. Nice. In hopes I can enjoy the good weather and be outside more. Fuck yeah, man. I love walks. You know what I especially love about walks? Walks that you take at like 2 a.m. for no fucking reason. You just like, yeah, I'm gonna just have a walk right now. No fucking reason. I fucking love walks. It's good, but I think people I don't understand why people think walks are like boring. Walks are fucking beautiful. Especially at night. You could just sit down and look at the fucking stars. It's actually great. Trying to be more social and online in the same sentence. Yeah, I tried not to laugh at that. That was slightly, I mean, it's still respectable, by the way. It's still 100% respectable. It's just a slightly funny oxymoronic statement. Yeah. I'm gonna try to be a more socially confident person on Reddit. 2 a.m. walks so you get Grinch in the cemetery. See, these people don't know what that means, but he knows. You get Grinch in the cemetery. Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. That was good. We still got that picture as well. Dude, we should have taken some pictures together, Tony. I realised that after you left. Like, we didn't have any pictures of, like, me and you together. This is a shame, really, because, like, we met up and it was such a big thing for us, and it's just, like, randomly we don't take a selfie, right? Wintercat would not survive as a woman with these 2 a.m. walks. What are you trying to say, man? You're trying to say I'm a woman? It might not be the best step, but it is a step. Fair. Being able to communicate effectively online is a step towards doing something in person. I'd tell you, streaming is a decent training for that, weirdly enough. Because it's like you have like 5 people trying to talk to you at the same time. And it's like you have to respond, and also like it's also difficult in the beginning of the stream because it's almost like a retention thing. Because when you're at the beginning of the stream, you have to like talk. You have to be doing relatively a lot, right? You have to be talking quite often to keep people watching, and then later on in the stream, like, it's easier to keep retention. 100%, I regretted that after 2. Yeah, next time we definitely need some good flicks. 100%, dude. 100%. Yeah, I would love to see. But Tony, haven't you been you've been around the block since you came to me, right? Like, I swear you went to see some other guy. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I swear you've been around the block seeing other creators as well. I'm interested what you've been up to. Do you have any Discord server? I do, but I almost don't want to invite someone whose username is Labubu. When I said online, I'm only meant Discord. I'm not going to start using Reddit. It doesn't make it sound any better, Kirby, I feel. Yeah, funnily enough, I was actually going to ask earlier if I should start streaming. Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? We have the Kirby voice reveal. I guess. Dude, voice reveals are so fucking stupid. By the way, I like. There's people on like Croissant's Discord server. There's people on Discord who like give out their voice reveals as if it's like even remotely important. I find that so funny. As I went to DC with my girlfriend and Charlotte to play a tournament. I think you posted about that on Instagram, didn't you? That DC to play a tournament with Viper King. Nice. Oh, you've seen Viper King plenty of times though, haven't you? Like, who I also didn't take a picture with, for fuck's sake, man. Fuck's sake. I'll tell you, man, it's us men. We're not good at taking pictures on trips. I tell you, the women know exactly how to take the best pictures. We don't know what the fuck we do. We go to like, we go to like the Eiffel Tower and not take pictures. Fuck's sake, man. To be fair to you and I won't checkmate. I prefer living in the moment, try to capture the moment, but the memories are worth it when you catch him. Yeah, I mean, but it was the first time because he's over in the US, you see, and I'm in the UK, and it was the first time we met up as creators, like, or, well, I guess as friends really, but like, it was a creator me up in a sense. So it would have been nice. I mean, I understand what you mean. Like, I agree with what you mean, really, but like, it would have been nice to get one picture, right? Yeah, but it was fun because we shared a room and stayed up and stuff, paced, but somehow not one picture. Yeah. Paced as fuck there. We shared a room, that's awesome. I thought you were Australian. You thought I was Australian? You fucking what? I was Australian talking about beer and fish and chips. Or maybe I won't check where it is secretly Australian. I'm sure stream would help, so I'm gonna try it based. Based, man. You're gonna do some great streams. What would you do in your streams, Kirby? Would you do like, I mean, I don't even know. You play games or like do some coding on stream? I don't know. I can tell you now that coding on stream doesn't work very well. I can tell you now. There's a very British accent, 100%. Well, I'm actually half Chinese. I'm half British, half Chinese, but I grew up here. Oh shit! But I grew up here, and like always spoke English, so I developed the accent. Yes. The accent got me. Yes, well, it's quite obviously British, isn't it? Let's see how that. What's the power between that and the Australian accent? I don't know. Oh, based. Fuck, man. I gotta respond all this. Holy. That's a lot of fucking text I just got from the fucking AI chess coach guy. Damn. I guess play video games. I've been playing way too much Rhythm Doctor. What the fuck is Rhythm Doctor? My backlog is quite big. Dude, I really want to get like I want to get like a really old console. But I don't know if I can actually justify it to myself, because I could also just emulate it for free. But, well, actually, then really what I'm saying is I kind of want to get controllers for an old console and then hook them up and play old games. Because I think I'd like them more. I'm not a big video games guy, but I think I'd like the old ones more. I might save streaming for a bit later though. I have a bit busy starts with summer. Fair play. Would you ever play Fortnite? No, I would never play Fortnite. Fucking hate that game. Well, I'm not even like... Again, I'm not a big video games player anyway. Like, pretty much the only games I play are board games. Like, chess. I also really like Scrabble. So chess, Scrabble, I really like doing crosswords. In terms of actual like proper video games, I play Minecraft every now and then, but I quite like either playing with mods or playing like a really old version, like 1.5 or something, like really old Minecraft, which I much prefer from the base modern game, because I think they fucked up the base modern game. Or like at least they changed it from what it was meant to be. But I'd never play Fortnite. Like, on top of the fact that I'm not a big video games player, I think Fortnite is just rubbish. I think it's rubbish. Fucking, I don't really like any of those like big fucking microtransaction, you know, brain rot, fucking 14-year-old kids demographic kind of game. It's not for me. What's your chess rating? My chess rating is around 2100. Well, it's 2089, but I used to be over 2100. My controllers are the easy part, it's the console that's hard to get. We need for a controller's adapter to make it work with the computer. Yeah, but it's more difficult with like, because I would want to get like a PS1 controller or something, or maybe PS2, because I grew up playing PS2. And that obviously that has, it's, I don't know, it's a little more difficult to get an adapter that's that old. I guess you could put, maybe they have it on like, you know, eBay or some shit. But yeah. I mean, I'm okay without the console. I actually do have, a PS1. Time for me to skedaddle and edit tomorrow's video. Fair play. Cheers, I may put back in. Okay, fair play, Tony. You take care of yourself, man. Well, best of luck with editing your video. I got to edit my video as well, but doesn't look like I'm going to do that tonight. Fuck's sake. Yeah, take it easy, mate, and hopefully we'll we'll catch up soon, Tony, and you know, because I would like to call you again at some point because it's been a while, and I want to know how you're doing and all. You know, in a setting that like it's not really a one-way call on the stream, right? Like, that would be nice. But yeah, take care of yourself, man. I have a whole Pinterest board of vintage laptops and consoles. Dude, they're so good. They're so good. Hot take, I think most old games are better than new ones. I do. Yeah, I grew up on PS2, so I would like, I mean, actually I do have a PS1, but I don't have anything for it. Like, I just have the PS1, and it's just been sat in my grandma's house, like in the bathroom, for some reason, because I don't think she realizes that it's actually a console. I think she just thinks it's like a plastic box. Yeah, so I do have that, but it's really difficult to get it set up because you need like a particular monitor, and it's like, fuck that. You need like a CRT monitor, so I don't have the space for that. So I was thinking I'd just get the controllers and then emulate, and then just play, you know, in my room or something. And then maybe bring someone over to play, because it's, you know, I think I like the idea that you have to get someone over physically in order to play games with them. I quite like that. Yeah, it feels like there's more human connection in that scenario, you know. One place to get retro ROMs. I'll quickly give my suggestion here. Vim's Lair is my personal place to get ROMs. They have pretty much everything prior to 3DS. Aren't based. Yeah, they also work with PS1 and stuff, with PS1 emulations, and then based. I'll take your word for it. I'll keep that in mind, and actually I'll write that down for you. Vim's Lair, because I might want to do this at some point when I get them. I'll just write it down here. Is that Vim's Lair? Thank you. You need the fat TV. I know. I don't have space for that. My room's small enough as it is, mate. Genuinely, I live in a shoebox room, so I have a working PS3. Nice. Speaking of games, you should try your only movies Hustle. I've never heard of that. What is that? Yes, Hustle. Only Movers Hustle. Ah, on Steam. Okay, let me see. But this is like multiverses or like Smash Bros, isn't it? Like, yeah, I'm not sure I would enjoy something like this. It would be difficult to find a game that I actually like because like I'm very picky with it. I'm not big into video games, as I say. It's a one-button rhythm game that's all about being fully deterministic. You can play the whole thing blind, kind of like Rhythm Heaven. Okay. Rhythm Doctor. Interesting. Oh, nice website though. Nothing. Everything in the trade, including text and cuts, is a piece of unbroken gameplay footage.
That's it.
Funny. I may not play GD games. Well, I may not play GD anymore, but I still play rhythm games. Planning on getting the new RH as a late birthday present. Nice. Man, if I ever get my hands on the Nintendo PlayStation prototype, what the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? Is that the Nintendo PlayStation was a prototype console developed by Nintendo and Sony? Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh shit. Okay. Never publicly auctioned is sold for 300 grand. Dude, I thought you were saying this as if it was like remotely attainable. Like, holy. Oh fuck. God damn. It pauses and you have to predict what your opponent will do. Each most costs frames, which is how many frames it will take to execute when it replays at 60 FPS. Okay, interesting. This is some fun video game lore. Yeah, I didn't know about that, bro. That's the most fucking expensive console I've ever seen. God damn. Dude, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like Nintendo, PlayStation. I didn't know that they did that. Like they were actually friends. Nintendo and Sony were friends. That's what I find most unbelievable. Like, Sony went on to make the PlayStation. Hey man, they did pretty well with it though. They did pretty well with the PlayStation. I guess so. I don't know. I don't really have any of those consoles. Yeah. I quite like the Nintendo Switch, weirdly enough, but only because I think Mario Kart is a fun game. That's kind of it. That's the only reason I'd ever want a Nintendo Switch. I did buy one actually, but I got it for my sister because she likes it. But I don't really fucking care. I can play Mario Kart on my computer actually. I can emulate it, and then what I do is I use my phone as a controller because you can Bluetooth it, and then like allow the phone signals to go to the emulator. So I use my phone as a Wii controller to play Mario Kart on my emulator on my computer. I tell you, it's a fucking hassle setting it up, but it is possible. I have a Switch too. It's cool. The Joy-Cons don't slip out on their own worth the extra. But isn't there this whole thing about the Switch 2? Like, isn't like everything more expensive with the Switch 2? Like they make you pay out your teeth to do anything. Pretty sure they do. At least I'm pretty sure that was a whole thing when it was coming out. I hear the value of a Switch by how many frames they get on Fortnite. I think the Switch is like basically just a glorified phone, right? Like in terms of hardware, like at least the Switch One. I think only the Switch 2 has like proper hardware. I may be wrong. Now Steam again. I mean, Steam are a very based company though. So I haven't. I've switched to, and I haven't got a new game since Mario Kart World. Yeah. I mean, they fucking charge you out the wazoo. I mean, I don't have a Switch 2. The only thing I like about the Switch 2 is that the fact that the Switch 2 exists has reduced the price of the original Switch. That's the only reason I like the Switch 2. Because you can buy it second hand now, like the original Switch for much cheaper. So you can get like an original Switch for like £70 now, which is like, I don't know, $90 or something, maybe $100. Just really, really good. Really, really good. And so, I don't know. I mean, I say that and I haven't exploited that price, but it is a benefit. But I find that to be the only benefit of a Switch 2. Otherwise, I think the Switch 2 is kind of garbage. It's just like, I don't know, fucking. The only thing that Nintendo sees with it is profit. They don't see any quality of the product in it. They just see profit, I think. Yeah, Steam will go to war for their customers, and I think that's very based. And they also go to war for like people who like they don't delete a lot of customer reviews, and I find that to be very, very based because there's so many like there's some developers who like start crying that like they crash out because some of the reviews, right, and they try to get them deleted by Steam, and they say no, we're radically neutral, we're not going to delete them. I think that's extremely based that Steam does that. Yeah, make so I can make less money selling my original Switch. Fair. But yeah, true. First, people did not like the Switch 2 price, and they really didn't like the price hike of the games. This might have just been because of politics thing, but that just happened in the US. I mean, I don't see why it's a politics thing. They raised the prices because they wanted people to give them more money. Like, it's not. I don't think it needs to go any deeper than that, right? I only got the Switch 2 because I have siblings. We had to share one of my own thing. And what thought why not to get the new one? I genuinely don't think the new one's even worth it. I don't think it's worth it, even though it is like the newer one. I think it's much more worth it to have an original one for yourself. Nintendo, for some stupid reason, made Mario Kart World $80. Here's what I see. $10 in the new standard, which was $10 more than the old. They left a bad taste. Well, you see, that's the thing. I just said, right, they don't care about anything else besides the profit from the Switch 2. The Switch 2 is not a product that they made because they believe it's a quality product, right? That's not the reason they made it. The reason they made it is because they want you to give them more money, and they're exploiting that. Trump tariffs were going to hit them, but I thought we paused it. Yeah. Well, Nintendo is a Japanese company, right? Like they're based in Japan, I think, aren't they? So I guess the tariffs, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't fucking care anyway. I buy everything second hand, so it never really hits me. Invest your money on a monster PC and download emulators, my friends. 100%. Yep. I think Amin Dev's 100% right about this. The only argument that like goes against that is that sometimes you want a more authentic experience. But besides that, I think Amin's 100% right about this. Because because the PC can do anything. Once you have a PC, like it's just a general computer, and you can do whatever you want, emulate whatever you want. You just need to buy accessories for different things. It's just, of course, like the only reason that consoles are still bought is because they sold at a loss. So, like an Xbox, for example, a modern Xbox, will have the hardware comparable to a high-end computer, but will be much cheaper because they sell them at a loss, and then they make a lot of the money back, I think, through games. At least that's what I understand about the console market. I'll admit I don't know much about it. I would if I was, a video gamer per se. Game keycards is attempt at digital physical compromise, but it backfired hard. I'll tell you the reason why they're doing that, bro. Because they don't want you to actually own the game. They want people to license the games. Because then they can take it away from them. That's the point, man. Alright. Hold on. I'm going to get some water. I'll be back in about 10 seconds. Alright, guys. That's a spider. I don't know if I'll ever get another console, but I'm happy to have the ones I have based. There's always something I found off about the argument. Why would they take away the game? What reason would they have? Because they want control. Because they want to control you. It's the same reason that Minecraft did it. Right? Why do you think? Because it's a funny story actually about Minecraft. If you go to minecraft.net, you're going to see something quite funny. I'm going to see where Minecraft is. If you look at Minecraft or minecraft.net, you're going to see something that's very fun. Maybe they changed it since then, to be honest, but you're going to see something that's very funny. Okay, I just need to go to the page where it says you can, like, get Minecraft. Okay, so basically with Minecraft, I can't find it, but basically with Minecraft, the reason they... Okay, so do you remember when Minecraft, like, Mojang forced everyone to migrate to a Microsoft account, right? And then they took away the accounts of people who didn't migrate, right? Now that obviously is illegal, right? It's obviously illegal to do that, right? But they did it anyway, right? And I think there was a lawsuit in relation to that because, or maybe I'm wrong, but there definitely should be if there wasn't. But I think there was. I think it was a lawsuit in relation to that, wherein because of the lawsuit they had to change wording on the page. So Minecraft.net. It used to have a big green button that said buy Minecraft, and after the lawsuit they had to change it to get Minecraft because buying implies that you actually own the game once you buy it, and so they had to change it because you don't own the game if they have the ability to take your account away for not migrating, and so they had to change it to get Minecraft because actually you only license the game. You only license or you rent the game in a way, right? So that's the reason they do it. And the reason you don't actually own the game is because they want to control you. They want the ability to force you to migrate to a certain account or force you to do something else or to do what they want. That's the reason. No, there's probably other reasons as well, but that's a big one. They want to control you. I mean, I think it's fucked, really. I think, we should own the games that we buy, right? And this is why, like, also I think I quite liked when games were physical, right? And I think I talked about this on another stream, like, at length, right? But I think it's a big reason why physical games were so based, because back then, when you could only buy a game physically, the only thing that a company could do to ensure more sales was make the game better. Right? Because you just bought the game and that was there was no money sent to the company after you bought the game. That was it. But now, because of microtransactions, it's all about attention economy, right? It's all just get them to buy more microtransactions, convince them to pay more and more money into the game, right? And they make a lot more money. But the games become shit, right? It shitifies the games. Because now the way to make money, like making a good game is no longer the optimal strategy in making more money, right? So that's why I'm saying you can't use the card once the eShop shuts down. Yeah, it's because they don't want you to own the game because they can control what you do. Pay to win games are also horrible, 100%, and that didn't exist back in the days of physical cards or physical discs. Excuse me, that didn't exist back then. Oh, sorry, I didn't read out Goodra. Take care of yourself, man. Hope you have a... Yeah, well, we'll be back next Thursday, Goodra, so you can always tune in. That's a pure digital. Well, Steam is all digital, so I wouldn't say the licensing is the problem. I don't know, I mean, I'm not sure what happens on Steam, actually. Whether you actually have the game or you just license it. But yeah, I don't... Licensing games, I think, is absolutely fucking rubbish. And, you know, let's be honest, like, the newest games, they don't come out in discs because then you actually own it. Right? So it's all shit. Pay to win is obviously... Pay to win is simply a symptom of this, like, change in how games companies make money. It's just a symptom of that. But, like, the more broad problem is... you know, the shitty, like, monetization of the freemium model. Like, I got GTA 5 for free from Steam. I'm grateful to those guys. Based. I don't even know how do you even do that. I do have GTA, but I don't install it. I haven't installed it because it's like 100 gigs. And I haven't had the patience. I used to have it, but I think I then got a new laptop and I didn't want to reinstall it on the new laptop because it was like too long, and I barely ever play it anyway. I don't want to call physical people who use Steam hypocrites, but it is interesting to think about. I don't know. I don't know exactly what happened on Steam. Maybe you do actually own it on Steam, but I'm not sure. But I prefer, like, physical games. Or it's difficult now, like, because all computers are sort of designed around the assumption that you don't have a disc, right? Like, what kind of fucking computer has a disk drive now? Right? I mean, I can tell you my laptop certainly doesn't have one, but my old shitty one that's like 3 inches thick has one. Because back then it was real. That's how you play games. I got so many old games on disc, bro. Got that Lego Complete Saga, Lego Star Wars. The Complete Saga. I got Saints Row 3. Saints Row 3 is fucking beautiful. Love that game. Apparently people don't like the new Saints Rows, but I used to love Saints Row 3. But I was like, I used to play that shit when I was like 9. It wasn't really good. But I used to go around just flattening people with the cars. I didn't actually give a shit about any of the missions in, like, in Saints Row. I still don't in GTA 5. I still don't give a shit about the missions. I just like driving around, just fucking causing havoc and running people over. Which isn't very good, really. But I like playing around with the cars and the vehicles, and I like trying to find if there's planes at the airport. I'm trying to fly the planes around. That was a kid. My biggest goal was to get that buff Alienware laptop. Dude, I think I remember what you're talking about. Yeah. The Alienware ones are crazy. Well, I bought this one second hand, but I've got a, what's it called, like an Acer Predator. It's a real, I think it's an old one, actually. I say that, it's got an RTX 3070. Yeah, it's similar to that one. Let me check out this one. Yeah, it's pretty much that one. Maybe not exactly that one, but similar to this. Yeah, so this is the one I use. Wow, okay, technically not. Hold on. Like a Helios 300 or something like. Yeah, that one. That's mine. That's what I got. I bought this second. I bought this mega cheap actually because I bought this broken. It was listed as broken, so we sold it like less than half price. Like it must have been like 30% retail. And so I bought this mega cheap. But like I was kind of convinced that the problem he was talking about was only software related. So I bought this mega cheap at a 3070, and then I fixed it. I fixed the software issue. It was a driver related issue with the graphics card that put in a boot loop, but I was able to put Linux on it instead, wipe everything, and then reinstall Windows from Linux. And so that's how I fixed it. Now I have this fucking beautiful laptop for mega cheap, and I just use it. And one day I'll probably resell it for like fucking 3 times the price. But I haven't been bothered to do that thus far. Yeah, look, see, £700. I got mine for like 340. You see they're reselling on 700, 600 here, 800. Knocking out 1.7k here, bloody hell. Yeah, I can sell that shit for two times ROI. God bless the old people on eBay. I know. I love that they don't know what they're talking about. I love that they don't know what they're talking about. Especially the old people on eBay who sell things broken because they don't understand like the triviality of the fix. Fucking God bless them, man. I think I have a pretty good gamer laptop, which also works pretty good with coding. Nice. Its only flaw is a bit funky business with the RAM that causes it to crash sometimes. Nice. I got my laptop as a graduation gift. Fucking awesome, man. That must have been hype. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really need a good graphics card in mine. Funnily enough, like I don't really need it because again, like as you know, I don't really play many video games, so I don't really need a 3070. All I need is a powerful CPU because that actually helps with coding and like computation. Although when I say that, I might need a GPU for editing. I don't know. My old laptop was so bad I couldn't even play Animal well without turning down the effects. Yeah. We all struggle with that shit as a kid, right? We all have the shitty ass computer that we want to do more. We want to play more games. I used to have laptops for like 4 gigs. I used to have a laptop with 3 gigs of RAM. I mean, real shit, but it was like 3 gigs of RAM. It must have been like an Intel Pentium or something like that. It was a shitty ass laptop, but I liked it. And I tried to do as much as I could with it. But I remember one day, like, I wanted to play Subnautica. And I realised, like, bro, there's no way I'm playing Subnautica. It was like, you need like 8 gigs of RAM minimum. I felt so shit. And so I basically asked for an extra stick of RAM. It must have been as like a birthday or like a Christmas or something. And I asked for like 4 gigs. Well, I asked for 2 sticks of 4 gigs. So I could get 8 gigs on my laptop. Because I didn't realise that actually the rest of my laptop was also shit. So I thought with 8 gigs of RAM I could play Subnautica. And then I opened up Subnautica one day after I finally get it, and I'm so hype. And then it runs at like, you know, -3 FPS. Personally, I prefer PCs over laptops because these motherfuckers overheat. Yeah, 100%. The reason I have a laptop, I've never had a desktop. I've always had laptops because I need to be able to take it with me when I go somewhere. Which I wouldn't be able to do with the desktop. And when I go abroad or what have you, I need to be able to take a laptop. Because, all of my work is on the laptop, right, or on a computer. So I can't have a desktop. With the overheating, what I have is I have like a metal table. It's like a little table that you put on the desk, and it's like a mesh surface so the air can come out of the bottom, which helps a little bit. But yeah, I see what you mean. Laptop is much more convenient for college, 100%. Probably get a Linux PC one day, fucking shad. I mean, I had a gamer PC when I was younger. I think I got a virus on that computer. Downloading Minecraft mods. Yeah. Yeah, it's much. I mean, I agree with you, Kirby, that it's more convenient for college. Although I can't actually use my laptop for college because it's one of those like. It's a powerful laptop. It's not one that would last very long off battery. So I can't take it into lectures or anything because it would last like half an hour and then just die. So it's a stay-at-home laptop. But it does its job. But I don't know. I've actually never taken a laptop into a lecture or class. Like in a lecture, I just bring my phone, and well, I don't think I've ever actually written notes during a lecture, so I never need anything. And then during like the small classes, in like the practical classes, as you would call them, there's usually laptops or not. There's usually computers in there, so. Sleep, bro. I will soon. I'm not gonna do so just yet, because I only get to do the stream once a week. If I was streaming daily, I'd have been in bed by now, but I only get to do a stream once a week, so I stay around for a while just to fully catch up with people. Mine luckily lasts like an hour and a half, so it works. An hour and a half, beautiful. Just enough for the whole lesson, right? I guess. Yeah. I guess I don't even. That would be one benefit of having like a Chromebook. Like a Chromebook is like the one benefit of having a Chromebook is that the battery lasts forever. Other than that, the Chromebook's fucking useless. You said that winter, but I'm starting to lose steam myself. Yeah, don't worry, guys. It'll be only a short bit longer, I think. Because I'm gonna, well, probably go to sleep as well. But yeah, but it's been nice though. It has been really nice to catch up with everyone. And that, Tony came in as well, which is always based. And we even somehow got an appearance from the Chatterow guy. that was quite funny. Because I know it was quite funny for him to just spawn in like after we're talking about the funny Chatterow situation. I thought that Reddit situation was very, very funny when I saw that. I mean, obviously it's all fucking drama. None of it actually matters. It's all fucking garbage. But like, I think it's funny. If you play chess live, you will get more views. Yeah, but it ain't about the views, bro. I'll tell you that. Yeah, it ain't about the views, man. It's about the the interaction. Plus, I get plenty of views without playing chess live. Like, I ain't gonna lie, man. I had a good I'm getting very good viewership, at least comparatively. Like, I'm getting good viewership this time. Political streams will get you even more views, but you're not ready for that convo. Yeah, I can become the next Asmongold or Hassan Piker. Just make streams talking about politics and all fucking state of the country and watching body cam footage from Midwest safety and shit. Yeah, I'm sure I would get. Well, I don't know. Because I don't think people really care about my own political views. You have to be a certain type of person to make political streams work. You have to be a very entertaining pundit. Asmongold, yeah. The chess website. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you find it useful. Asmonroach, yeah. I don't know what that means, by the way. Yeah, I know that he has a roach joke. I don't know what it means. I mean, these streams do usually have a small politics section in the middle. So, I mean, I don't think he needs to worry about that. The politics are well contained. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. When you talk about politics, it's kind of difficult. It's even more difficult to talk about politics in recent times because I think a lot of people create random ass buzzwords to call people that disagree with them. It's you disagree with me, so I'm gonna create this word plus phobic in order to make you seem like a morally wrong person, without actually having to argue against your claim. I feel like that happens a lot more recently, and so it's difficult to talk about politics because it's difficult to have a proper conversation now about it. Because like, I mean, political science is just another field. It's just another field of study, but it's full of fucking idiots, unfortunately. So, how old are you? I'm 20. Want a CS skin as a dono? Nah, it's okay, Mimero, but I appreciate the sentiment. I don't play many video games, including, I guess, you're talking about CSGO. If you really care about fame, you'd be invading IG, TikTok, and Shorts with clips, but I guess you're just a vibe guy. Well, I do post on Instagram. Unless you mean like re-uploading clips of other things. He's got actual roaches in his room. There is no choke. Oh, okay. Wait, but I thought the roach thing was like, I didn't think. I mean, I have no doubt that he has roaches in his room. I mean, bloody hell, look at his room. But like, I mean, I thought the roach thing was like when you ditch your team. I thought that was roaching. I thought it was related to that. Or is that not what it's about? Yes, I want to see a skin. Thanks. A Calvin bit would do. Dude, they got into heat though. I think Steam got into heat, right, about the gambling, because it's technically gambling, right? To like with kids, like just kids gambling. So I think they got into heat for that, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I feel like you treat it with a lot of respect, which is nice. Thank you, man. Well, you have to. You have to. And also, like, a big thing with talking about politics is, like, especially when you have, like, some level of influence, like, you know, I guess that I would, right? You have to make everything that you say must come from purely a logical basis. You can't see anything from emotion necessarily. Like, okay, it's okay to say your opinion, right? 100%, right? But, like, you cannot make a bunch of like emotionally motivated statements about things, because then the logic breaks down, right? My donation to you is my companionship and watch time. Fucking beautiful. Watch time is worth more than any currency. Oh yeah, string WoW hardcore roaching out is when member of team would let people to die because they got scared. Yeah, I only know it because pirate software. And watch time. I watch as much of these streams as I physically can. Awesome, man. I'm really am glad that you enjoy them. Yeah, the politics thing is like it's difficult. It's difficult to touch on, but you have to be careful with what you're saying, especially when it's in public like this, right? But I think we all should be able to express our opinions with each other, right? And I think that should be fine, right? Because I think there are a lot of like people in politics that just like they just don't like hearing other people's opinions, and there's so many weird ways to like manipulate that, like creating echo chambers. And again, like I said, a lot of people create buzzwords just to slap onto other people that they disagree with in order for them to attain the moral high ground. I think that's fucking ridiculous. The word racist is one of them, actually. Like, obviously racism is bad, right? We're all in agreement of that, but there are some like situations where the word racist is applied only because of a disagreement. But like you just call someone racist because then everyone will think that they're a bad person, and because it's a way to avoid actually having to fight the claim. So I find that to be really stupid, but a lot of people do that. They just call other people racist, like especially like, I mean, we were talking about immigration earlier. Like, there are plenty of people who have similar immigration opinions as I do that would be called racist by like, let's be honest, they'd be called racist by people who have like fucking pink hair on Twitter, right? So I find that to be very annoying. I find that to be very, very dishonest. Funny enough, when I'm in Iceland, I'll only be an hour behind you instead of 5 hours, which means I'll probably be able to watch less. I mean, fair, but it's only at 7 o'clock. So you'll be about 6 p.m, which isn't so bad. It's like anti-Semitic to dismiss any criticism of the Israeli government. 100%. Yeah, he's 100% right about this, by the way. Like, it's yeah. I mean, it happens with all fucking things, really. Like, as I was talking about immigration, to say that, like, for example, like, there's a, like, okay, here's an example. In the UK, right, at the moment, there is a very disproportionate amount of illegal and legal migrants from, for example, Pakistan, who turn out to be rapists. Right, very disproportionate amount compared to the amount of British rapists, right? And so that's obviously like a problem, right? But then people say, oh, it's racist to make that point, right? It's like it's racist towards Pakistani people to make that point, which I find that to be a dishonest argument. Like, I don't think that's racist. I think it's just a buzzword that you attach to it in order to discredit people who are pointing this problem out. Like, I almost find it weirdly defensive of rapists to say that. But yeah, no, you're 100% right, Grando. You're 100% right. I mean, personally, I don't really care what's going on with the fucking Israeli government, nor the, like, you know, Iran or fucking Palestine or whatever. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. Childbirth rates are too low. I don't know. In what country? In UK or? It's literally 1 to 1. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much the same concept. Yeah, but I really hate that happens. I really do. And it's always the most fucking stupid people that are like perpetuating that kind of argument as well. I don't. It cannot be. It's not fucking racist, bro. It's just right. Do a message get shadow banned? I might have done. I apologise, my I might have done. So I promise you that wasn't me. If it did. In most first world countries, yeah, true. Lots of politics in the stream for some reason. Yeah, I apologise, Kerr, because for some people it's very tiring to talk about. But you know, it is also like it's important in a way. In some way. But I promise you there won't be politics in every stream. It's just because someone put there's that monster guy earlier who kept asking the most like unhinged political questions. So I think that's why it started. But yeah, Jack, yeah, its childbirth rates are getting very low in like a lot of like developed countries. I can't remember exactly why. I know there is a reason why. I can't remember why. It's like I don't know. Like all the children like have a very good chance of surviving, I guess, and like you know you wouldn't need to have as many children if everything's going okay. But, I know there's a reason. I can't remember exactly what it is. Can't see my messages. No. So why don't we wrap up with something nice? Yeah, okay. It's not racist. Well, I want to talk about whatever's going on here first, and then we'll wrap up with something nice, Kirby. It's not racist, it's factual, but I can see the point where there is a slippery slope and people try to use the actual racist viewpoints for their own political agendas. Yeah, 100%. I think it's a slippery slope in the sense that it's very easy for someone to like see other people that have these opinions and be praised for these, you know, quote unquote based opinions. And they are based, right? But it's very easy for someone to see that and then develop actual racist opinions because they like misinterpret the actually based opinion, right? Like you misinterpret the based as racist, and then you develop an actually racist thing, right? And that also sucks. But then to be fair, like the people that do that are also stupid, right? Like they're just as stupid as the people who like falsely say that some people are racist, right? So they're both stupid, just on different sides. Stupid people have more children, probably. We can't just keep on staying out of politics, but it's hard to get in it. Yeah. I said that was that pussy, and it got shadow banned. I probably also have more children for a reason, despite living in horrible conditions. Yeah, because if you live in horrible conditions, there's a lower like probability that your children survive. So you have a load of children to ensure that at least like one of them actually like live to adulthood. That's usually why you have a shit ton of children in like shit ass countries. Like if you look at the I think it's I can't remember what it's called. It's like the demographic chart. There's like a demographic, yeah, DTM, the demographic transition model. That's it. That shows you what happens. So with, I mean, in terms of development and stuff. So you have like, so this is like shit country, you know, fucking tribal, you know, eighth world country, and this is like Japan, right? I think UK and US are like round about here, and then Japan is in stage 5. So this is like you live in fucking the middle of nowhere, right? So you have high birth rate, but that's because you need to offset the high death rate. And then the population kind of like does nothing. And then stage 2 is like you discover that medicine exists, and then like the death rate goes way down, but people don't catch up with the birth rate. So because the birth rate is still high, then everyone, like, you know, the population goes up, right? And then stage 3 is when everyone realizes that actually we're living quite well, and then the birth rate goes down and the death rate kind of flattens out because, you know, diminishing returns on medicine. And then stage 4 is kind of where the UK is, where it continues, and eventually in stage 5 the death rate, I think the birth rate's going back up. God damn, I remember the death rate like going higher than the birth rate. Yeah, here. This one, I guess, is an older one, right? And then the population eventually goes down. So I think that's what's happening in Japan, right? I think it was in a Quartz Kazakh video. Yeah, I learned about it in like just school, like many years ago. I think it's easy to get in politics, but it's hard to keep it civil, and it's hard to get out. Yeah, it is very hard to keep it civil, but you have to make sure that you're debating like actually good people. Like you have to make sure you're debating responsible people, which is very difficult to do on the internet. Right? I think we can all agree it's difficult to find responsible people to debate with about politics on the internet, right? Especially on fucking Discord. Like, if you can find anyone on Discord, have a proper conversation with you, mate. Bloody hell. Because I think, I don't know, because the people on Discord, like, mostly like fucking 14-year-olds. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they all act, right? They all act like they know what they're talking about. Or that they know how to elaborate or elucidate their own opinions. Fuck that. No, they don't. 14-year-olds are 14-year-olds. They're all stupid. Like legit no reason to have 5 children with 50k a year income. I mean, some people just want more children, I guess, right? But like, generally speaking, if you're living well, you don't need as many, because you're pretty confident if you have one child that it's going to live, right? I think it's easy to get. I think it's also correlated to access to contraception. 100%. Many poor countries are seeing a slow in birth rate too. Women don't want children, though. Yeah, true. I'll tell you what. You know how in North Korea, like, they banned contraception in North Korea because they want more people. Probably for the military, to be honest. Now, we need real people in positions in power, but the people in power are preventing it. Yeah, 100%. China, despite having an insanely large population, they still maintain themselves, but Chinese people really work a lot. Yeah, China developed really fast. Discord debate is not I know. Discord is like a Reddit, it's accessible with an echo chamber. Well, the problem with Discord, really, I mean, you are right, but the problem with Discord is that it's full of children. Like, and the children are the same people that are running the servers. So they just don't know what they're doing, man. They're just kids. I wouldn't even blame them, to be honest. They're just kids who think that they know the first thing about politics. And they just don't. They just don't. Like, I think that it's, honestly, it's almost funny, or like, it's almost wholesomely funny or comical in a sense to see some kids that are like, you know, I'm actually way more mature than like other people my age. And they're like 14. It's like, no, you're not, bro. All 14-year-olds are stupid. They're 14, bro. Like, there's no way out of stupidity as a 14-year-old. Especially out, like, in terms of, like, being mature, like, there's no way out of being immature as a 14-year-old. It's just, it's just a fact. It's not even... Like, what are we talking about, guys? It's so obvious. They'll get their political beliefs from TikTok people, 100%. Either left or right, all the same slop. Be true, read some real literature. Children have higher ego than a high 100%, man. Personally, I try to remain as neutral as possible. I have my biases, but I try to acknowledge them. I mean, I also think truth, Luke, 100%. Children, turns out they are pushing 40. Yeah. Yeah, but that's fair though, Kirby, if you want to remain neutral and everything. I personally don't, because I have, opinions on things, right? I think there's a weird, like, situation going on in, like, YouTube or, like, any areas where people have online influence where, like, the creator is almost frightened to express their own opinion. Like, they wait for the community or, like, the viewers to say something so that they can take the opinion of the viewers. Like, I feel like a lot of them just live on consensus without actually making their own opinion. A lot of creators do this for some reason. I think more creators need to be more based. Oh, hello, toy. How do you say that? Toy lighter. How you doing? Yeah, I think more creators need to be more based. Just, if you have an opinion, stand by it. Even if the whole fucking community disagrees with you, I think it's more based to stand by an opinion that you genuinely believe in, rather than, like, fold to the consensus of your viewers. I don't understand why so many creators are, like, so, like, just so weird to, have their own opinion. I think you shouldn't let anyone dictate what you should or shouldn't say. I believe in freedom of speech, 100%. Well, I mean, freedom of speech is not does not cover everything, but I think we all believe in freedom of speech. Listen, I think expressing an opinion is just not worth it. You'll be immediately labelled and in some cases even ostracised. It's better for your own profit to stay neutral. So I agree with Kirby. I disagree. I disagree. I don't think it's... I think to say that it's just not worth it... I don't think it is worth it to be scared of being ostracized, because you need to remember that you need to remember who the people who are ostracizing you are. Right, you remember these people are fucking idiots, right? I think it's a very noble thing to express your opinion, even if it's like a controversial thing, or that, because there's always going to be, remember this, yeah, doesn't matter what you say, there's always going to be people who hate you. You will be labelled regardless of what opinion you give, right? It doesn't matter. It could be the most base thing ever and people will still hate you. So I say just fucking say it, because we're all entitled to what we believe. Right? I get where they're coming from an economical point of view. Yeah, I do as well. Like, wait. Some people are cool to hang with, but insufferable to speak politics with. Yeah. Well, see, because I think responsible debate is a skill in itself, and plenty of people just don't have it. Just saying not to immediately be biased, 100%. Be yourself and seek love, but also listen to others and seek truth. 100%. Well, this is the thing, like, this is what I was saying with the creators, like, stand by your values. Don't just, like, fold to the consensus, because then you're being biased by the consensus. Come to conclusions on your own, and then stand by your conclusions. Or if, obviously, sometimes you're proven wrong, right? Which is, okay. But, like, generally speaking, stand by your values. And this is the same thing, like, for anyone that was in the stream earlier, like, Tony is a very good friend of mine, right, I openly criticized what he did earlier, right, and we're all able to have that conversation without yelling at each other, right? So you have to be responsible in debate, and if you are, then it's fine. Like there's there's a very diminishing number of people nowadays that can have a responsible debate. I got an exam in an hour. Should I study or watch the stream? You should 100% study. Yeah, 100% study, brother. Because one of these will advance your life, and the other one won't. Some people, yeah. Me listening to both sides of the argument so I can take in double the misinformation. Based. More into philosophy. If it doesn't end when I get back, it probably will. We're going to end soon. It's been going for almost 5 hours and it's almost 1 o'clock. So we're just going to like finish this thought and then we'll do something nice quickly. And then, yeah, and then we'll wrap up this stream. What we there was something that's going on earlier. Oh yeah, expressing an opinion. Yeah, I don't know, but I fully respect people who say like, oh, I don't want to express my opinion because I don't want to get into fights. So I 100% like, I respect that. But you know, from a sort of logical point of view, where it's like, well, it's a bit of a hassle, then I get it. But you know, I mean, you guys know me, right? Like, I'm gonna say the things that I believe in regardless. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't have gone on that rant about AI and chess, right? I wouldn't have openly criticized so many people, and I wouldn't have had that thing with the Chessero guy, right? Like, or there was literally 2 points of like quote unquote drama, right, in the stream, but if you're responsible, then you know, we resolved both of them, right? And it's just like, if you can just talk from logic, right? If you cannot let emotion control your debate. The minute that you allow emotion to control what you say in a debate, you've already lost, right? Because now you're not even trying to debate, you're just trying to discredit the other person, right? Like, you're not even attacking the claim. You're just like, I find ignorant people disgusting. Well, the most annoying thing about debates for me is that most people that debate are simply trying to convince the audience that you're stupid. Like, they're just trying to convince the audience that you're a bad person. They're not trying to convince the audience that you're wrong. They're just trying to convince you that they're a bad person. Because if they can convince the audience that you're a bad person, then the audience is obviously going to think, well, he must be wrong, he's a bad person, right? So pretty much all fucking debates, especially with like fucking idiots on Discord or on the internet, right? Their instant reaction is, you're stupid. They don't attack the claim, they just say, oh, that's fucking stupid, do you realise what you're saying now? Like, there's no attack of the claim. Like, are you gonna debate me, or are you just gonna call me fucking stupid? The minute you do that, you've lost. Also, what's the point of debating someone that won't change their mind no matter what the fuck you do? Well, because plenty of debates don't have a right answer. I mean, most political debates don't necessarily have an objectively correct answer. It's more just about having a conversation about, you know, what supports your claim and what supports theirs. It's just that most debates, like, that's actually what a debate is, right? But unfortunately, everyone seems to think that a debate is something that you would, you know, you have to either lose or win, right? Because that's what happens in practice, right? Because people can't have a proper conversation. But that's not really what a debate is. There's no win or lose in a debate. It's you talk about things and you converse, and that's it. Yes, but people will see Burns and other emotional ad hominem as being right. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Debating is not logical by human standards. Well, you say that, like, when it's debating doesn't happen. Debating happens by ad hominem in many in practice scenarios, but shouldn't. Like, that's not what a debate is. And also, a lot of like people going into debates, like they begin with the conclusion that they are correct. There's no, I go into debate because I want to learn from the other person, see what their point of view is, especially on a subjective matter. They go into the debate like, okay, I'm right. How can I convince everyone that he's ignorant and that I'm right? Like, that's already the wrong way to think about it. Yeah, one of the tenets of society is sharing information, and debate is a means to doing that 100%. See, a debate is like, it's not even a fucking, it's not a battle, right? It's just you're talking to another person in order to share information. That's it, right? Like, there's nothing to do. A debate is nothing to do with convincing everyone that you're right or that they're wrong. It's just about sharing information. I mean, at least I don't think so. Okay, I don't. Why are we? We're just getting fucking like we're getting like Socratic with each other right now. We're doing like this whole fucking. we're all Aristotle right now, talking about fucking debate and fucking logic. Like, what are we doing, bro? I think we ought to do something nice, and then I think we're gonna end the stream. You think debating is just getting information to the other side? Well, sharing information with each other, yes, 100%. 100% A debate is like a conversation about two opposing arguments. Like, it's not a war. So yes, it's 100% just getting information to the other side. 100%. To philosophical dialogue, I know. We all got. I'm gonna get in like the fucking Aristotle pose and my like, you know, my fisted hand underneath my chin. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So let's do something nice and then, you know, end the stream because it's almost been 5 hours. That was a good stream though. I feel like we covered a lot of topics for some reason. And I think it was a very interesting stream though because we had the AI chess drama. We also had the Chessiro situation. That was quite funny. And we also talked about a lot of different things. I think that was a pretty good stream. Yeah, it's nice talking to you guys. Alright, take care of yourself, Grando. We'll stream like next week because we stream every Thursday. So you can always come back. You know, tune into the next one. Gone from chess to politics to controversy to love to back to politics and finally philosophy. I know. That is a pretty good stream. Dude. That's great. I swear philosophy is one of those like best hobbies, isn't it? Like, does that mean with the best hobbies or like most attractive hobbies? Dude, philosophy's got to be one of the like the Sigma hobbies, isn't it? Like learn about philosophy and shit. Dude. I kind of want to get some like philosophical books actually. I can start reading like physically because take my eyes off the screen for a bit. I've been wanting to do that. I can get like Sun Tzu, The Art of War, like the ultimate one. We'll come back for sure. Brilliant. Right, take care, Grando. Have a good one, man. You're a streamer. What are you without streams? You say that, isn't there like Kai Cenat who stopped streaming for like 6 months, but is still making like thousands of dollars every month? I'm pretty sure Kai Cenat did exactly that. I mean, and he's still making racks. So I think it must surely be possible to some extent to stream without streaming. Yeah, it was a good stream. I don't know what can we do that's nice. Do we want? Okay, well, I'm gonna give you the choice. Do we want to do something nice or come up with something nice to do for 10 minutes or whatever, and then end the stream, or do we all just want to go to bed? I'm gonna give the choice to you. What do we want to do? Twitch disabled the gifting for people who don't stream for a month. Oh, really? I think Twitch asked him whether or not he wanted to keep the subs. And I think he kept the subs. So I swear he is still making money, but I may be wrong. Guy says, I think vanilla is the best ice cream flavour. A philosopher hears this and responds, personally, I don't think. Yeah. Hop back on that create mod world. Oh yeah, should I show you guys the car? Should I show you the car? I also made some other things. You can see if I can pull it up. Where is it? Oh, wait, which one is the wall of create? Ah, shit, I forgot which one it was. Honestly, we could just relax. Well, what do you think, fellas? Should we just relax, or do you want to see the car? Okay, we'll see the car. Say less. The fuck is my mods? I just have no mods. Oh, I do. What? Dude, what the fuck? Holy. That's a lot of fucking mods. Dude, what the f- Which one was the one I was using? Holy shit, I forgot. Dude, this has so many mods though. I swear I didn't do that. I swear it was just like one like tiny ass pack that I was using. I don't remember using so many, like with 1.21. Should I just add mods to this maybe? Ah, I did, okay. Both. Yeah, we'll have a look at the car and then we'll leave. Dude, what the fuck? I have to re-download the thing? Oh my god. You dead serious? Okay. Have to re-download Minecraft, I guess. Yeah, now we'll have a look at the thing, fellas. Dude, I made a fucking beautiful car. I also made a plane, actually. I can show you the plane. It's fucking difficult to make the plane, man. It was so difficult to get the physics right. Because you actually have to be, like, somewhat competent in physics to get this working. I promise you. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Fucking beautiful. Yeah, we've had a good week. We've had a good week, haven't we? Even if it's bad, it's good. Did you ever get the helicopter to work? No. Well, you know that preacher who talks to kids in Fortnite? I do not. I'm not in the Fortnite world. Okay, fellas. So I created a world called Shanxi Rice Wine, and therein I created a plane, which I'm going to show you now. Oh, where's the plane? Oh no, please don't tell me I lost the plane. You go to hell, we didn't believe in Christ, bro. Where the fuck is the plane? There's no way I lost the plane, right? Oh my god, I lost the plane. What the fuck? Are you kidding? Did I fly it off somewhere? Oh no. Wait. Okay, well I can show you the car at least. What the fuck? I've got another world called Poop. Let me see. Maybe the plane flew off, yeah, but I'm never going to be able to find it, am I? I made this. I was trying to make a drill car. Where it like drill into the wall. Dude, that's not even the same fucking... Oh my god, I lost it. Dude, how is that even possible? Maybe it's a different instance, do you think? Like, hold on, let me check all of create. If I check the instance, then I can check the saves that were in there. This one's just called New World. It's over. It's actually over. You know what I'm gonna do though? I'm gonna paste this into here, and then I can load up the new world. Okay, I just loaded that. Hold on, and then I'm going to load up the what's the other one? I'm gonna load up this one, and I'm gonna see if I've got any words in here, and I'm gonna load it up as well. Minecraft saves. There's another one in here. Yes. Oh fuck. It's called the same thing. Alright, I'm gonna rename. Okay. Fuck. Alright, fellas. Okay, so I've got New World, and I've got. Alright, let's see. I've got New World, and I've got Braland. Really glad I came across your stream. Thank you, Amin. I think we're going to lose a lot of progress in this world. Dude, this is actually tragic. I think I might have just lost all of it. This is the same world. Holy shit, what am I doing? Oh my god, yeah, and that was a different one. Failed to... Fuck! Well, it's over. Yeah, thank you, I mean, though. Like I said, I stream every Thursday, so you can always come back. You can always tune into the next one, where hopefully I'll be closer to finishing my video, but I might not have as many coding updates because of that. I need to be editing all week. You play Fortnite, Phil? But I'm not playing Fortnite. I fucking hate that game, I'm sorry. How's that even happen? I don't know. I'm trying to remember what world I had it on. I don't know if it's like maybe a different instance. Like, because this one obviously doesn't have it here, doesn't have it here, it doesn't have it here. I'm almost, maybe because I play with my friend, so maybe it was his world, but he invited me. That could have been it. I love the avatar, thank you, man. I made a lot of it, like, well, I say I made it myself, I didn't really, but it used to be a cat with blue eyes and a tail. But I got rid of the tail, I replaced the eyes and the mouth with the black thing, and then I changed the color of the ears to be more white, and then I found antlers, like pixel art antlers, and then I attached that to the skin image to add the antlers, and then I simply put an overlay of like a suit or whatever to have different variations of my skin. So I can show you, like, I also have some other variations of my skin with different clothes on, which I can then change throughout, you know, my thing. So let me pull up got the image here somewhere. Desktop videos on GFX. Yeah, like I've got a Christmas one as well. Yeah, so I got a Christmas one too. I don't know what this is, but I got a Christmas one, which I wear during Christmas. And then I've also got one with a lab coat. So I got lab coat winter cat going on as well. You know, for when I'm getting scientific. I've got a hoodie. I think it's just a... Yeah, I got a hoodie one. But I put the suit on a while ago, and I've just been on the suit ever since. Because I think the suit is the most aura. Wear winter cat lore, yeah. I like my skin, bro. Yeah, so I made a lot of it. Like, it seems it's a bit cheaty to say that I made it myself because I didn't really, but I kind of put it together myself using different pixel assets and stuff, and I just put it, into the same skin file, and I like edited it myself, I guess. So, and I've got the little cape as well, which is quite nice. I can't remember what the cape was for. That's sweet, yeah. Dude, I'm so fucking annoyed with the plane though, I swear. I mean, how would you even find it if it was here though? Like, I mean, we try to fly around. But I don't think we're going to find it. Is there a way to find, a thing, or is it not possible? Because I wouldn't know, man. I'm almost certain that we had the plane here, but at the same time, I'm thinking, like, why the fuck would I just stand here? Like, why would my spawn point be here, not near the plane, if I had used the plane, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Wait, get Zyro world map. Oh yeah. Do you think that... Okay, wait, yeah, actually, hold on, you're probably right. Let me see that. So, full screen world map. Okay. Select mod for download. Okay. True. Alright, Truth Note Kirby. I'm gonna get the mini map. Let's see. Oh, sorry, Truth Note Jack. Sorry, I apologize. I did not look at that correctly. Truth Note Jack, thank you. I will get the world map. Hope Creative lets you see the entire map. Yeah, I hope so as well. Well, there was another one called Minimap, but this one is the one called World Map, so maybe it is different. But I don't know. Also, I'm really not familiar with NeoForge. I've always used Fabric. Is NeoForge actually good? Oh shit. Okay, wait, it's okay. Come on. Alright, Shanxi Rice Wine. I think the spinning fox in the corner of the loading screen. Yeah, it's quite funny. Alright, let us see, fellas. What the fuck? Where's the mini-map? Ah! Oh! Holy shit! What a fucking shout, Jack! What a shout! Oh! Look at her! What a shout! How did he know? Okay, now how do we get here? Oh, wow, you're just too good at the game, Jack. You're just too good at the game. Oh, isn't she beautiful? Holy. Alright. Yeah, so I made this plane with my friend one night. Yeah, W0's world map. Holy. Okay. So here she is. And the way it works is so that you can turn the flaps here with this, right, which is basically what that does, and you can turn the back flaps as well. So the wing flaps in the front are to pitch to the left and the right, but the backs to go up and down. And I've just got creative motor, but I use the typewriter because the typewriter allows you to control things with WASD. You can see I'm going left and right here with with A and D, and then W and S to go up and down. So here we are, fellas. And now I'm just gonna use this, and that assembles the plane with physics. And then I can this turns off a clutch, which allows the plane to begin moving. So... Alright, let's go. Hopefully it fucking works. Fuck! Please take off. Oh no. Fuck! Are you serious? Hold on. Wait. Is it not? Is it too slow? Imagine looking into the cockpit and your pilot is using a typewriter to fly the plane. How long do you think it would be to upload the Brilliant Search video? Oh, for a week and a half. Give it a week and a half, mate. Maybe 2 weeks. I don't know. Maybe this is too heavy. I don't remember it. I remember it very vividly taken off. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it is too heavy. Oh, there we go. Hold on, let me get fucking locked in. There we go, fellas. And you see the back flaps when I go up. The back flap goes up. And that allows me, and I can do that, you see. To your... Go left and right and shit. I'm gonna do that. To go up a bit further, we need to do our climb. Yeah, I need to make sure that the plane's looking good. And yeah. We have liftoff, we do. I think there's only a certain Y level that the plane can actually go to. Fuck! Because I think the air pressure decreases at some point and it disallows the plane from going higher. But, tell you what, it's a fucking plane. I'm gonna turn. And now turn. And turn all the way around. I do a 360. Okay, I'm gonna land now. Okay, let's make sure I get this right. Come on. Come on. Fucking perfect! Yes! Oh, it's beautiful. Yep. Imagine in the submarine, you see the captain using a GameCube controller to move the submarine. Yeah, that sounds like Ocean Gate, right? That was quite similar. Because they used a little controller. Nice landing, thank you. Yeah, so fellas, basically it's a mod that adds physics to Minecraft. But also, like, there's also a mod that adds all these contraption things. And so this here is a motor that goes underneath here to rotate the propeller, which creates, you know, the thrust. And then there were some links here, which are basically like Wi-Fi things, so that I can control the rest of the plane wirelessly with the typewriter. And yeah, you know, it connects, as you can see, to here and here in order to change the direction of the plane. So yeah, it is quite a bit of a fucking, you know, it's a bit of a job to get it working, because you do actually, it's not simple, right? You do have to think about the physics and such of the plane and the lift and the propulsion and all that crap. And apparently this is quite important, but I don't know. Yeah, well, I've been trying to like research this mod and try to figure out how it works. I've been having a lot of fun just building fucking contraptions like this. How long did this one take? This one took like maybe a few hours. But most of it was just figuring out like what it actually needs to fly. Like if I knew how, because now that I know how to make it, it wouldn't take nearly as long as that, because I know how it works. But yeah, you can see these here, these blocks, you put them in to set like the frequency of the transmitter, such that if I look into the, you can see that WASD is binded to that frequency. And the frequency is just defined by a block, like rather than a number in real life. Right. So that's how I bind that to this, which then turns on and changes the direction of this. Head boosters, just like in KSP. You know, I remember deer foxes sometimes flying in the show, but I don't think it was like this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm quite happy with this. I've been messing around a lot with the mod because it's really fun. But I only do it like once a week because like I get to talk to my friend on like Friday night, and we sit on Minecraft for a bit and play around with this because you know we don't get so much time to catch up besides that one day. So it's nice to take a break. You know, once a week and do that. It's fucking awesome, man. I love this. And the car went well as well, but I'm not really sure what happened to the car, to be honest. I'm not sure what happened to my world. I think it just died. I genuinely have no idea. I think we tried to make a plane on my original world with the car, and we built like a runway and shit, but we couldn't get the plane to properly fly off. And I think, yeah, we tried to do something with the plane and we just got like, it was almost like we entered a black hole. Like we were just flying the plane and then out of nowhere it like traveled halfway across the universe. And like I saw about like 8 billion chunks like unload and load in the same frame. And so we were never able to like recover the plane fully. It didn't work. Well, no, you have 2 nights where you get to catch with friends. 100%, man. I do love the stream nights, although I was a bit late today, unfortunately, but it's okay. I do like the streams, and it's also nice to know, like, because recently I've had more like consistent, decent viewership with like 10 people watching or something, which is absolutely fine with me. By the way, 10 is more than enough, but I've had some good like consistent viewerships now. So when I stream, I kind of know that there will be some people there to talk to, and that's nice because sometimes it's fucking it's it can be difficult sometimes doing the streams, because like there's sometimes where you stream to like one guy or like no people at all, and you just get kind of unlucky with that. There's no way to predict like whether or not it will be a good stream. You just get unlucky with that, so it's nice to know now that there's like a decent like consistency in the viewership. And so that's really nice because I look forward more to the streams now because I know that we'll have a good time. We'll be able to talk to each other, and that's all that matters for me, realistically. So I can never express my gratitude enough for the people that tune in and talk, because it's a really awesome experience. And also because like fucking I work a shit ton during the week, right? So it's nice to have a day off. I don't get to have a day off often, right? So it's nice to have some time off and do nothing without feeling guilty about doing nothing. Like, does a brilliant search code involve how complex the sacrifice is? No, just by the amount sacrificed, pretty much. There's some other things, but mostly just by the amount sacrificed. We would never be able to find how many moves deep it is because you would need something like Stockfish to tell you how deep it is, and it would take way too long. Way too long. Even with just the naive algorithm that I used, it still took 10 days straight of processing. So it was too much. Like, how many moves? Oh, sorry. I fucking already read that. Yeah, I imagine you wouldn't be able to recover a plane after it went through a black hole. Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened there. When's the nuke gonna get made? I think there's an add-on actually where you can add nukes. I think there genuinely is. Create mod nukes. Yeah, create nuke. Exclusively for peaceful purposes. So true. Huh. Okay, that's not the same mod, but that is funny. Yeah, there is a thing. 10 days is crazy, I know. Wait, Jack, did you see what happened at the beginning of the stream with all the brilliant moves? Are you not in the know with that? Because that happened, man. Yeah, so I was trying to find like the most brilliant move in chat. So I made a metric to calculate like how brilliant something was. I then extracted all of the brilliant moves from the entire Lee Chess database by basically running Wind Chess over the whole thing, and then ordered those brilliant moves by that metric. And then we looked at the most brilliant moves like ever on Lee Chess. Fucking ridiculous moves, by the way. Ridiculous. But yeah, you can have a look at that if you want, Jack. No, it's okay. I just explain it to you. And yeah, if you want, you can watch the VOD if you want, Jack. If it's not too boring, because it's only the beginning section. What I'm talking about and going through the moves. You pay like $30 to run it. Yeah, it was about €25. I don't know exactly how much it is because I haven't got my bill yet. But it'll be about €25. I don't know how much that is. $29. Fuck it really is $30. God damn. Oh my goat, bro. I always use your site. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. There was a Frost one, and of course ones that are humongous. Oh, and one that straight up deleted the world. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. The more TNT mod. It's a very old mod, right? Yeah, dude. I love this mod, by the way. Such an old mod, but like, I. This is one of the reasons I wanted to get Minecraft originally. Like back in 2013, I must have been like 7 years old. And when I originally got the game, I really wanted to play this more TNT mod because I really wanted to get mods basically. And I also wanted to get I think there was another one called Gulliver's mod, which is where you could like change your size. So like you could make mobs really big or like really small. And I wanted those two. And when I asked for Minecraft for my birthday, and in 2013, April 2nd, I got my Minecraft account. And I remember I got it in a physical disc. They gave it to me in a physical disc. And on the disc, they put like pictures of the mods that I wanted, and they put my username. It was like Wilson 2006. And they put like the Minecraft master on the back. I guess just to touch, stroke my ego a bit, but yeah, dude, I still got that disc, by the way. It's at my grandma's house, but I still have that disc. I can show you guys the disc if you would like one day, because it is very funny. How many people who use Gulliver's mod actually got the reference, do you think? Probably not many, because I didn't get it. I know that there's a reference, I don't know what it is. Was it on some cloud hosting thing? Yeah, it was cloud. It was a cloud server. I was paying a lot for it because it needed a lot of computation. It was a cloud server with 16 CPU cores and like 32 gigs of RAM or something to get it done within 10 days. Because if I got one of the cheap ones, it would have taken over 2 months, and I didn't have that time. So it was 10 days on a 16-core server. I multi-threaded the whole process, by the way, so it was running on all 16 cores, and it still took 10 days. It's a lot of games in the Lee Chess, man, I'll tell ya. Wintercat website not working now. Dude, I promise you I'm going to load it up and it's going to be working absolutely fine. Honestly. Oh, shit. Okay. Thank you for reporting this. I will try to figure that out. Don't know why it would be down there. Maybe the fucking server went down. Ah, you're not kidding. Okay. Well, I'll figure that out for you. Don't worry. Um, sorry, what's your name? What? Only 16 cores? Okay, so what's his name? Fucking hell, mate. Sachin, I'll try to figure that out for you. I don't know why would that even be the case? Maybe. Let me check the server quickly, Sachin, because that I need to fix that straight away. If it is down, I don't know why it'd be down. Maybe Cloudflare's fucked. So I'm pretty sure my server's still on, right? Yeah, my server's still on just about fine. Oh, but it is fucking things down though. Okay, I'll fix that off screen for you, Sachin. I don't know what's going on. Guy goes to four lands. There's one with a bunch of very tiny people. Hell to elves. With a bunch of giants. Fair. Thank you for your free service. You're welcome, man. I can confirm it didn't work for me either. Yeah, don't worry, guys. I'm gonna fix. I don't know why that wouldn't work. Hold on. I'm gonna log into my server now. Oh, what? Holy shit. The fuck? Out of memory? The fuck are you talking about? Out of memory? Okay, I haven't been on my Winter Chest server for a long time. I'm gonna check the logs. Hold on. Stream is not readable. Okay, I have to Okay, I'm gonna fix that off stream. I don't know why that is. I think I just need to restart the server. What happened? I don't know. It says out of memory. I may be able to just upgrade the server, but I'm thinking that's just a weird edge case happened. I think if I just restart the server, I think it'll be okay. Unless, of course, the database has run out of storage. If the database has run out of storage, that's a bigger problem, but I don't think that's the case. But if it has, that would be a problem. Well, it wouldn't be a problem, but I'd have to upgrade the server, which means I have to spend money, which is a problem. It's okay. Well, don't worry, guys. Thank God it happened at 1 in the morning, because there should be less people on around about now. It's working for you, are you serious? Oh. I didn't even turn it back on, though. How is it working for you? The fuck is going on? I didn't turn it back on. I did nothing. I was just looking at it. I just randomly started working again. Really? Okay, I'm probably going to do most of this off the stream though, because I don't want to leak anything from the terminal. Because I don't want to leak any personal information. Because there's some emails on the logs. I don't want to. I don't know why there's emails in the logs. To be honest, I should get rid of them really. It's gone again. Really, 100%. No, it's not gone. What are you talking about? It's still here. Yeah, it's still here. I don't know what you mean it's gone. 5:30 p.m. Okay. For me it's 8:30. Alright. Oh god. Always comes back to what happened 3 days ago too. It's not working for some minutes. You have to sign out this. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna wrap up the stream because that's like I need to fix that immediately, right? But like, I don't know exactly what it is. I'm gonna check my DF real quick, and I'm gonna see. Available 66. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what that would be. Unless I can do a Neo fetch and see how much memory I'm using. I am using... Well, okay, no, I'm not using that much memory. God damn. What could be the problem then? I don't understand. Nothing is using too much. Okay, well, I don't know. I'll fix this off stream, fellas. Alright. Okay, Sachin, anyone who has problems with Winter Chest, please join the Discord and tell me what's going on or what you see on your end, because I want to be able to cooperate with you in getting this fixed again. I'll post the Discord in the chat, the link to the Discord, and then I'm going to end the stream. But anyway, it was good. It was good to see all you people, and I hope that you all have a good week. And despite it being 1 o'clock, I'm now going to try and fix this before being able to go to bed. So that's fucking beautiful. So I have to log in every day. Yeah, you have to log in every day for like security, pretty much. So I apologise for that. But well, I'll try to fix that as well. Probably also memory issue. There's no memory issue though. That's the thing. At least the server doesn't report any out of memory. Like, it just says out of memory in the error. But I don't understand why, because the server's apparently doing okay. But anyway, I posted a Discord server, and yeah, okay, all right. Take care, everyone. It was really nice to speak to everyone today. But I am gonna leave now. So take care. I'll be back next week, fellas. And everyone, join the Discord.